Okay. It seems like stuff's coming through. This isn't what I wanted, but I can work with this. Does this fix things? No. Wait. Maybe? How do I get rid of the echo? It's been forever since I've done this. I need as much help as I can get. Sorry. I forgot I had my mic muted. How do I fix this? If I do this, how do I fix it? Yeah, that just makes things even worse. I guess it's just the desktop audio that's the problem. Let me test this. Okay. Just so I know where I am. 3, 2, 1, switch. 3, 2, 1, switch. Okay. I think that fixes things. Um... Hmm. Does this work? No. Does this work? How about this? Still echoing. This didn't happen last time. Does anyone here actually know how to fix this? I don't think there's many people actually. There's only 2 people here, and one of them is me on another screen to help figure things out. I'm not sure how to fix this. It sounds good on your end, I think, but it's echoing for me. I could just turn off make it so my computer is muted, but that's also not a good idea. Let me try this now. Is it better now? What if I do this? That didn't work. Wait. I think I have an idea. Oh, now it gives me a new pop-up. Streamlabs didn't work. Now this doesn't work. This is such a mess. I am so sorry. I don't care about that. Okay. Let me try this. Huh? I have it muted. Okay. Does this solve it? I don't know why. Like OBS is recording my stuff, but it's also playing it out of the computer. It shouldn't be doing that. Wait. Maybe if I turn this off. Does this fix things? Now if I remove this audio jack, does this fix things? Because now it's not saying anything out of the computer. Okay, good. That fixes things. Yeah, I heard it. Now I just have to fix this on this side as well. Okay. So, this has been pretty chaotic. I'm so sorry for taking forever. I wasn't even prepared to stream with OBS. I was prepared to stream with Streamlabs, but just Streamlabs just didn't want to work. I can try to show you. I think maybe I can. If not, I can try something else. But for now, I'm gonna have to turn this off and work behind the scenes. Maybe I can just have it so OBS streams Streamlabs, which then like streams the screen of Streamlabs, which streams my computer, which then streams it to YouTube. It's gonna be complicated. Instead of Streamlabs streaming it directly to YouTube, I'm gonna have to like have it go through a bunch of hoops. Okay, let me change this. Maybe. No, that won't work. I'm gonna make a new one. Okay, so now OBS is streaming Streamlabs, and then I'm gonna have Streamlabs work on my the screen. I think. I don't want to like give any secrets away or anything, so I'm gonna try and be cautious because I have something planned for the future. So it's all automatic. This should work. So now if I set it to this. Okay. I think it's working. There's going to be an extreme amount of delay. But I think there's going to be an extreme amount of delay, but hopefully it should all work. So this is what I've been trying to work on. This is what I wanted to get done. But for now, let's see. What can I do to hide this? Okay, forget it. We're gonna deal with this later. For now, let's, right. I'm gonna need to turn this off for now and fix things up. Which one was it? This one? Okay. I think it's working now. I am still sorry about what happened earlier with this problem. This is just very complex. I should probably no. I'll move this around. Give me a sec. I think I have something here. Yeah, just be right back or whatever. I'll move this closer. Because those achievements pop up on my computers, you know. All right. That should fix things. I have a mess of wires, just a mess everywhere. My computer's a mess. Streamlabs is being a mess. So I just have to do everything in such a weird way. But hopefully, it's all working fine now. I can finally actually start the stream properly. So, this is what I've been working on, kind of, for a while now. This, like, layout. Got the camera in the corner, a description, which is where I'm gonna put things, the title up here. This area over here, this is where chat would be. Wait, is everything working? Okay, give me a sec. I need to go here. Okay, so in this corner here, well, near this corner, like the top right, that's where chat's gonna be. At least it would be where chat would be if it worked. But because Streamlabs is just not working, it won't display chat there. And up at the top middle, that's where the title card's gonna be. And on the top left, well, just the top left, that's where the description's gonna be, and like the stuff that's gonna describe this stream, and like important links and stuff, important links and stuff, like the video links that for today's stream. And bottom left, face cam. Ignore the other boxes. Those are not important currently. They're just placeholders. Speaking of placeholders, I should fix the text. Alright, how do I get... I need to make this work. Is this even readable? It doesn't look like it. Yeah, maybe not this font. This is smaller and more compact. That's nice. Alright, so descriptions all set up. Good. Wait. Yeah, I forgot. I need to close out of this. I think, no, there's still more to do. No, not there. This computer just... Oh yeah, I should, talk about that. So, the reason why I've been gone for a while, as I mentioned, like, in a video, like, right before I took my massive break, or, like, hiatus and stuff, I was not able to record any videos or just do anything for my channel because my the previous computer that I was using to stream and record was just exploding. It could not handle it. So I had to get a new one, and I have a new one, and it's just confusing to use, and is probably causing a lot more problems than before, but at least I can stream. Background opacity? There's no background. Yeah, I'll just use an aerial. Alright. I think I can start working on things. I'm going to... Wait. Does my mouse actually go off of the thing? Yeah, I don't know. So, Undertale and Deltarune theories. I need to get to YouTube. Okay. Deltarune theories. Okay, there. I can just turn this off now. So, as the description says, I've been watching these Deltarune theories for a long time, and I have a lot to say about them. Let me turn this up a bit. Because, like, so my history with Deltarune. I'm a massive fan of Undertale. That's why I chose it to be the first game that I play through on my channel. And then because of Undertale and my love for it, I then went on to play Deltarune Chapter 1 on my Switch because it was free and it was just, like, I played Deltarune Chapter 1 before I played Undertale. My first playthrough of Undertale is the playthrough that I'm doing for my channel right now. But I played Deltarune before that, and I thought Chapter 1 was a bit underwhelming. And then I got to... And then Chapter 2 was revealed, and I was on board. That was awesome. Oh yeah, how's the audio going? Am I being a bit too loud? Okay, from testing it seems okay. I'll try and be a bit more quiet. I'll turn this down a bit maybe. So yeah, I should have chat open. I'll have this, wait, no. This might cause problems. Give me a minute. Okay. Alright, I think things are better. This is just a bunch of hoops that I have to go through. I'm still sorry about this. This really should have happened sooner, but I guess it's not really easy to test if there's a problem. How far behind is this delay? Okay, I'm gonna try and move this one up. Okay, so what was I saying before? I think I was talking about Chapter 2. So yeah, when Chapter 2 was revealed, I was immediately on board, and Chapter 1 just became a whole lot better because Chapter 2 just added so much more context to Chapter 1 and laid the direction for Deltarune. And now I am eagerly awaiting Chapters 3 and 4. I've the Deltarune tomorrow, just Deltarune tomorrow, forever, for the past for 4 days, Deltarune tomorrow, and then chapter 3 and 4 release, and I can't wait to stream that. I that Mario Kart and the Switch 2 can just go and burn, like how Nintendo is treating it, because the Switch 2 is overpriced, Mario Kart World is overpriced. Well, the Switch 2 is, I guess, fair enough, but just a lot of controversy and stuff. And unfortunately, I am going to be playing Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4 on Switch 2. But it's just I just feel like it's worth it because it's so much, it's going to be so much easier to play it on the Switch instead of on computer, and then having to manage that along with everything else, because having some of that power having the Switch 2 run Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4 while I manage the stream on my computer is going to be so much easier and simpler than having it all on the computer. Okay. I have no idea where to start for Deltarune theories. Molly Stars has did an amazing job with the device theory. I'm not sure what more I can add to that, but this one seems new. Oh yeah, the silencing Spamton for the Spamton Sweepstakes update. I think I was one of the first to come up with a theory about it having some relation to the weird route. But I don't really have much evidence of that because I barely use the internet. Well, I don't barely use the internet, I just barely use social media. Get that out? Okay. Oh, Jaru. I can have an entire stream dedicated to some of your videos. Here's a tip. Who isn't controlling Kris? Here's a hint. It's not Asriel, because who is the soul at the start of Deltarune? You create the vessel, right? Well, the soul creates the vessel, right? And then the soul gives the vessel a name. But then who is the soul? The soul is the creator of the vessel, and you created the vessel, meaning it I'll just get to it later. Okay, so because at the start of Deltarune, Gaster, what we assume to be Gaster, asks you to create the vessel via the red soul, which is inside Kris. And the red soul is the creator of the vessel, and who is the creator of the vessel? It's the player. It's named after the player. The Rudin in Castletown says Player Town. It's the player. It can't be Azrael. It can't be Azrael. Azrael's piles of dust just cannot exist. I'm not sure what to think about this, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna check out this one because I haven't seen this video yet.
Well,
and I want to know
hey
if
there.
It works.
Did you miss me? It seems we're back to Deltarune, slightly ahead of the schedule now. We have things
Okay.
to discuss in this short period between now and June 4th. Something has happened recently to Deltarune.
Okay. That's good. This is somewhat good news. The bad thing is that there's a bit of a delay, so I can't exactly hear it what Molly Stars is saying about the silencing Spamton. But I am able to hear it from my Switch which is right next to me. Sorry for having this be so awkward. I don't even know why there's stuff filling my recommended that isn't just full of Deltarune theories, because I haven't really watched anything with this channel yet. Okay. I should get the link right. Okay. Molly Stars' device theory is amazing. I recommend watching that, but I cannot really add anything onto it. I don't have much to say about it but I have a lot of other things to say about other theories. So I'm just going to add the link there and credit this. Credit Molly. This is a mess to navigate. I don't know which one to click on and which... Okay. Let me drag this down. Let me go get the YouTube channel link here.
Hey, the name's Molly. I am a creator. Well, hey there. Did you miss me? It seems we're back to Deltarune, slightly ahead of the schedule now. We have things to discuss in this short period between now and June 4th. Something has happened recently to Deltarune.com. Confused? Feeling out of the loop? Why, let me catch you up then.
Development partners. Alright, lay it on me, man.
Okay. Just because the stream has been going well and there hasn't been much echo. I don't think I need my Switch running the stream anymore, and I can just have this listen into this without any delays.
Well, hey there. Did you miss me? It seems we're back to Deltarune, slightly ahead of the schedule.
Yeah, Deltarune's been coming out quick. Oh yeah, how's this going? Okay. Sorry, this is still taking a while. Alright. So, about the silencing Spamton update to the Spamton Sweepstakes. I think that the numbers, like, if I... maybe it's somewhere around here. Yes.
For things that we're going to have.
So, over here, we have 1, which is just small. Like, some of the numbers are hidden, and some of the numbers are not. But, let's see. Okay, so, I don't know which numbers are hidden and which ones aren't, but I think I was one of the first to, like, associate this with the weird route, and which chapters would have the weird route. So, as we know, Chapter 1 does not have a weird route, and is super small, and I also think that it's hidden? Maybe? No. And then Chapter 2 does have a weird route, so that's why it's big. And I also think that it's fully visible without having to, like, highlight it to reveal it. And Chapter 3, this number might be hidden. I think Chapter 3, I think 3 is hidden, but it is just as big. So, I think Chapter 3 will have a hidden weird route, but I'll just let this video play and explain things as it goes instead. I'm sorry. Jumping all over the place.
Hey there. Did you miss me? It seems we're back to Deltarune, slightly ahead of the schedule, no? We have things to discuss in this short period between now and June 4th. Something's happened recently to Deltarune.com. Confused? Feeling out of the loop? Why,
yeah,
let me catch you up then.
Alright, lay it on me, man.
Oh, my reaction.
As you should know by now, in April, we finally got a trailer for the paid release.
My reaction to chapters 3 and 4 revealed. Not chapter 2. My reaction to chapter 3 and 4's reveal was loud. I wish I recorded that.
Of the Deltarune Chapters 1 through 4 game, revealed at the Nintendo Direct for the Nintendo Switch 2 Entertainment System. With it, the website for Deltarune got somewhat overhauled to accompany the announcement, including a new countdown for June 5th, which appeared to be when the game would finally release. However, people clocked that this countdown had a mismatch between the English and Japanese versions. Specifically, the Japanese one was ahead of the English one by 13 hours, meaning that there was a chance the game could come out earlier in Japan and thus make leaks and spoilers completely insufferable. In response to some of this confusion, Toby made a post on Blue Sky later in the month saying that he'll release another newsletter soon to discuss some things. primarily the countdown mismatch and specifics on release time.
So,
which brings us
on, like, June 4th,
to May
at, like,
8th.
the very end of June 4th. Like, midnight, I think.
Partners and some friends of ours to go to Ferd that night. Recon for the first certainly did get closer to midnight EST. We got clarification on the release time of the game, that for Switch 2, it would release locally alongside it in each region. But for every other platform, well, it would release at midnight in Japan. Meaning, for at least for iOS, the game would release at 11 AM on June 4th. Fucking morning, people. But with that, we got a peek at the trophies that the PlayStation versions of the game will have, and a surprising development related to the Spamton Sweepstakes of all things. If you recall, the Spamton Sweepstakes were a charity event hosted in September 2022. As each goal of the charity was hit, more Spamton-themed items would be unlocked at a special page on Deltarune.com. We would also...
Oh yeah, there's also, Cat Friend, or like Cat Mike, that's kind of been going around, because image_friend is like referred to as a cat in the new...
get a Spamton Q&A, a few special items that would be auctioned, and all of the other items unlocked would be randomly given away to some of the people who donated at the end of the event for its finale video. The Spamton Value Network, a blindsiding crossover between RTVS and Toby Fox. But this is relevant because the Spamton Value Network actually had two endings we could have gotten, the ending being determined by whether people donated more for freedom or silence for Spamton at the end of the sweepstakes. We got the freedom ending in 2022, and when the newsletter started, we were promised to have some more behind-the-scenes peeks at the production, as well as a look at the silence ending in the near future. Which, for all of 2023 and 2024, we did not get whatsoever, aside from the Spamton Love Network special for the Valentine's Day newsletter. But in this very one, on May 8th, we would finally get the silence ending for the Spamton Sweepstakes, with an accompanying altered layout for the sweepstakes page, showing everything turned to gray, all item descriptions now empty, and the music only playing a version of Dial Tone, Spamton's shop theme. And much like Toby implied, the silence ending itself...
Was it called Dial Town? I thought it was Dial Tone.
...really isn't anything too special compared to the Freedom one, and the page layout being so... right?
Let's just
well, for the most important part of the event, these Chapter 3, and several blocks...
Well, not the theory, but just analysis of the website and all the new additions to the Silencing Spamton update. If you want to see the full video, you can use the link yourself.
A special section dedicated to the sweepstakes because of how much there was to unpack.
Not that you can highlight the link from... It's not from the video, but it's not gonna be that hard to find the
time of the
video
sweepstakes,
yourself.
Up to 26 hidden pages were found, not counting the main page and the credits page. And this newsletter that we just got even makes a point of telling us to take a look around, for nothing seems out of the new. The TV is still off. Yeah. Even the bottom of the silence page, which just says in big text, "What's next?" just takes us to Ramb. This is all old news to us, right? There's no way Toby would just last minute add a bunch of new pages to the...
Yeah, there's a lot of new pages. 14 additional pages, I think, compared to what the last time, what it was previously. Alright, so we have church windows, at least, or chapter 4 windows, the weird dancing fire cat. Ah, there it is. This is it. So, up here in this, like, corner. So, to the left of this giant 2 is an invisible 1, because there is no weird route in chapter 1, but there is a weird route in chapter 2, and there's gonna be a massive, there's a 3 here that's massive, but it's also hidden, so maybe our theories currently are there's gonna be a weird route for chapter 3, but it's gonna be, like, hidden and different. And then chapter 4 is, like, a very small number, but it's visible. So, my guess is for chapter 4 is that there's not is that there's not going to be a weird route for Chapter 4, but there's going to be some, like, minor dialogue and text differences, depending on if you did the weird routes for Chapters 2 or 3, or both of them. So there's not going to be a weird route for Chapter 4, but there's going to be some minor differences if you did the previous weird routes in, like, dialogue and texts. And then Chapter 5 is a visible number, but it's slightly smaller. So my theory for Chapter 5 is that there's going to be a weird route for Chapter 5, but you have to do the Chapter 2 weird route and Chapter 3 weird route in order to unlock the Chapter 5 weird route. Otherwise, you won't be able to do Chapter 5 weird route. That's my theory, which a lot of people probably also have, but there's a lot of different ways you can interpret these numbers in relation to the weird route, because some are big and some are hidden. So maybe the big ones, so maybe because this one is hidden, there isn't actually going to be a weird route for Chapter 3, but because it's big, I have no idea. It's just that there's a lot of new info.
But, of course, as you can tell, I was wrong. We got blindsided. Again. 14 times over. This motherfucker.
If you go to ping.arcosgolf.com, you can get a free set of sensors. It's essentially a cat.
Hello again, everyone, and I hope you're all doing well. This is intended to be a short video by my standards. Quite a bit has happened in just the short time I was away from home, and while I was expecting to wait until Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4 released before getting to make a proper video on it again, the recent addition of pages to the Sweepstakes portion of the website has thrown a pleasant wrench into those plans. I spent basically the whole night of its release going through the pages and assessing what to do with them. So, to start talking about this, let me let you in a bit on what I intended to do before all of this happened. I wanted to initially start the upcoming video on the next chapters by covering the build-up to release that we've been experiencing since the Sweepstakes. The newsletters, pages in that it's become content or most to really think from when this video goes live. It has at least 40 hidden pages. And because these are mostly pages to look at, bringing it
I was right, there were
to a total of 40 hidden pages. And because these are mostly teasers for things we will see in the very near future, I decided the best call would be to make a video covering just these pages by themselves, separately from a proper analysis of the upcoming chapters, and just refer back to it in the future for when the real deal is finally here for us to dig into. I am Sweepstakes back in part 2 of Deltarune and the Fourth Wall, but I was genuinely not expecting to. If you are new to if you want a full idea of what I covered there. But this video is overall intended for people who already have a pretty decent idea of who I am. There's no time for thorough introductions to all of this. I'm just here for the ride. Take a good look through the site yourself to have your own fun little experience with it. After all, it's not going to be long before we enter what is essentially an entirely new era for talking about this game. So, if nothing else, I want this video to be a last hurrah for Deltarune theorizing in a pre-chapters 3 and 4 world, and to keep a good record of especially the more bizarre developments from these new pages, which honestly were the main fuel for this video being a thing, as I fear that some of this may end up getting lost rather easily in the noise of hype for the new chapters, and I want there to be some video comprehensively going over exactly what happened, when it happened, and what it might mean, if anything. The archivist in me just can't help it. So, let's not waste any more time. We have a lot of very intriguing and surprising tidbits to look at, some new questions to ask that, once again, I never thought to ask before now, and I can already feel the dark worms are back and the excitement of the new chapters consuming me. Very intriguing and amazing tidbits to look at, some new questions.
Those were highlighted, so yeah. Way's still missing. So the only ones that are missing is Chapter 1 and 3.
To ask that, once again, I never thought to ask before now, and I can already feel the dark.
Well, not missing, but hidden. I'll just move ahead.
Are about to learn from the new Sweepstakes pages on Deltarune.com, and I think the best place to start would be to go over the things that have changed with the pages that were already there. So, for the very most part, none of the existing pages from 2022 really had any major changes made to them. The most obvious one we could go over would be the main Sweepstakes page, which before used to have a link at the bottom that read, "Take me back home please," which would lead you back to the index page of Deltarune.com. But now, the text has been changed to "What's next?", taking you to one of the new pages. As mentioned previously too, the top of the page now has a link that takes you to the silence version of the Sweepstakes page, which I already discussed. As I mentioned earlier, kind of surprisingly, the TV page has not changed whatsoever. Which is funny because almost everyone seemed to be in agreement that the TV would turn on here at some point or something. Like if any page was gonna change, it'd be this one, right? I honestly kind of call bullshit on this page not changing at all, but oh well, we'll see if that changes while I'm working on this video or something. As for the hidden pages that did change though, Code now has an additional hyperlink on the word clues, which now takes you to the egg page. And Ramb and Egg both have new links in them as well that each lead to a few of the new pages that were added. And for the old pages at least, that's all there really is to say. Which leaves us, of course, with looking through what's been added. And much like what I did when it came to analyzing the old pages, I decided I would try to group all these pages together into a few sections of their own, for the sake of convenience. As I stated before, we have 14 new pages, not counting the silence version of the Sweepstakes page. We will be going through all of them, but I'm splitting these pages into two-ish groups, or branches. One of them is what's mainly accessible through the new links on Code and Egg, and the other one is what's accessible through either Ramb or the main Sweepstakes page, although for reasons you'll see later, that one kind of also splits into its own fork in the road. So with these pages split into their appropriate categories, I suppose we should start with the same place we started the first time. Code. As I said earlier, Code is one of the few older pages that underwent some changes. For one thing, it being the trailhead, it now has been updated to say that Noelle found about 40 pages so far, where it previously said 26. But more importantly, a new link has been added, as the word clues now leads us to the egg page. Egg doesn't seem to have had any severe changes made to it either, aside from one. This page also contains a new link aside from taking you back to Code, as the phrase "secret cats" now contains a hyperlink to our first page worth looking at in this update. A new, and for this video, the only new, blog post from Noelle to start off this branch. Rain. This post, like Egg, is another one with the dark body class applied to it. It starts with Noelle talking about a rain day that she had where it rained so hard that it led to her mom canceling school for the day. Because of it, her friend, who we can easily infer to be Caddy in this post, would come over without an umbrella, so she had to dry Caddy off for a while. She changes topics here, sort of, to talk about how she would really enjoy playing cat petters on rainy days, and particularly the minigames in cat petters, which she notes as being rather absurd, with names such as Jongler, which I better fucking see in Chapter 4, so help me. But she specifically singles out a minigame she used to play a lot that she doesn't remember the name of, but consisted of some kind of endless cave, as she describes, where you can find different rarities of cats to raise your score. Those rarities she even had made a text file guide for way back when, just called b.txt. And here, we can get a bit more of the specifics. An 80% chance for a normal one, a 15% chance for a blue aura one, a 4% chance for a rock and roll one, a 0% chance for an Engelwing one, and then a 0,000% chance for Super Holy Engiwing. We'll want to keep these in mind. Noelle then says that she could have sworn there were more types, and even one type that actually lowered Noelle's score, which made her die immediately and thus unable to get proof of it. She says at first that no one else seemed to find it, but then walks it back a bit by saying that she has a feeling that someone she knows might have also seen it, but probably wouldn't give a straight answer if asked. We'll come back to that. She then ends the post with a few words about how the minigames would make a cameo in Cat Petters the RPG, a game that Kris can find under Asriel's bed in their room, and that it's kind of a ripoff of Dragon Blazers. She then says that if anyone can find proof, that they should try it themselves, and actually ends it by talking more about Caddy misinterpreting Cat Petters as meaning that Noelle was just going to pet Caddy. And that's the post itself. It's nothing too out of the ordinary for a weird blog post where Noelle talks about something that only she has found, and it tracks very well with her knack for finding things that no one else has in her favorite games. But with regards to who she says may have also seen that type of cat that lowered her score, I have a sneaking suspicion that she is referring to Kris here.
Yeah,
not for any particular objective reason, aside from maybe the general themes the other branch of the new pages touch on, but overall I just can't imagine who else she's referring to here. I don't know, Birdly, I guess?
Okay, so it says anything, and of course no one else has ever seemed to see this. Actually, seen it, but but I just know that even if I asked them, they probably wouldn't give a straight answer. So that's probably, this really does think, like, I don't think it's Birdly, because Birdly would probably, well, I don't think Birdly would try. Would Birdly play Cat Petters? Or would he try, like, or would he just say that it's not game enough for him? So, we do know that Kris has some association with Cat Petters, because, as Molly said before, there's Cat Petters, the RPG under Azrael's bed. So that's some link between Cat Petters and Kris. But also, Kris probably wouldn't give a straight answer to Noelle, because even though they are childhood friends, Kris doesn't really talk much, or at all, with the soul and without the soul, because they are the antisocial kid. They can talk a lot with the soul, but in weird ways. They act weird when talking, because that's not how they normally talk. How much... We've only really seen Kris talk to say one sentence to... We only know that Kris said one sentence to Susie before from that one Noelle blog post about the apple Susie trying to bite off Kris, threatening Kris with the apple because of the apple scented shampoo that Kris uses. That's the only time I think we're aware of Kris talking without the soul. Well, they probably do have their own soul without the modified soul. There's not 3 souls. That there's not 2 souls. There's only Kris's soul.
But Kris seems like someone who would be more in the know about weird glitches in the such. I don't know, could be wrong. But to continue, we can see that in this post, the trail still doesn't end here, as the phrase "try it yourself" is another hyperlink that leads to our next page of this branch. Rare cats. This appears to be a dancing cat cookie clicker sort of deal. There really doesn't seem to be much more here. The tab header just displays the amount of points you have in this page, and when you click on the cat going across the screen, you gain points before another one appears for you to click on. And you'll notice something about the types of cats you can get in this page. They seem to line up rather well with the rarities that Noelle listed in her post. A normal one that appears most of the time, a cat with a blue aura, a cat that has this flame graphic behind it and plays an electric guitar sound, or Susie's CD Bagel music of all things, and even a cat with angel wings that, when clicked, plays a Ralsei's CD Bagel music, and then shows a window that you can click on. And by the way, even the super holy angel wing one is possible to get in this page, which gives you 3,000 points. Here's footage of that too, since it seems to be especially rare and it gives you that same window sprite like the other angel cat does.
Okay, so that's the super rare one.
Clicking on this window, however, takes us to our next page, being, well, windows.
It's all windows.
That sure is a lot of them. About 51 of them to be exact. These windows looking rather familiar to at least the style of what absolutely little we've seen of Chapter 4 from the trailer and promotional material.
I should also probably talk about the change in colors involving Kris and Susie. I can't really explain it, but the best guess is just, like, the windows giving off a weird light. Or, in this case, a weird type of darkness, because darkness is what's being emitted from the dark fountain, so there is no light. It's just the lighting, but for the darkness version of that, because of the dark fountain. And that's what I think, but people have also because this is like orange up here, which would maybe give Susie an orange tint, but I'm not so sure about Kris. They do look a lot more faded. And the back here, it looks more like the vessel because of how pale it is and gray.
And if you can believe it, all of them are clickable. Although, if you were to click on just about any of them, you end up just getting sent to the 404 page. So, what?
I can't explain those weird colors.
What's going on here? Well, to start, unrelated, but we have a pretty familiar header. Aren't you forgetting something? Which we've seen before on the Damn You Tenna page back in 2022 when we get to the Ice Palace part of it. The header there changes to this same sentence but in all caps. To get back
to— Aren't you forgetting something? And before it was referring to the Ice Palace, so that must mean it's referring to the character that Noelle need in order to get through the Ice Palace. So maybe this is like another part of the Ice Palace. The Ice Palace has a bunch of windows. A bunch of patterned windows. That would make sense.
To the windows, though, the key here is to pay attention to the URL names you get when hovering over each one of them. You'll see that they're all actually just different permutations of the same few words. Grow wood forest the where lost, where grow wood the forest lost, etc. The idea is you're trying to find a combination of these words that will form a coherent sentence. And there is one that fits what we're looking for after enough searching, which is our next page. Lost where the forest would grow. This page containing a tree. A very new tree to us. The tab header simply reading Roots in all caps. The only thing this header makes me think of is the name of the song that plays in Queen's basement, Digital Roots, but I'm kind of at a loss there otherwise. This tree just floats up and down with our only option being to click it. And before we do, I want you to pay attention to this tree a little bit. Does anything look familiar? Because, as it turns out, the pattern that this tree is using, much like the graphic for the dark fountains in the game, is a crop from image depth, the background for the Goner Maker, which is—
But isn't that also like what's in the Jockington silhouette for the Jockington silhouette? I think chapter 4. It can't be chapter 3, could it? But that doesn't really line up with what we've seen in chapter 4. Maybe it would make sense for chapter 5, but I think it has to be chapter 4 because why would we be getting information for chapter 5? But either way, this texture on the tree, doesn't that match up with the texture for the Jockington silhouette teaser as well as the depths? I can see it line up with the depths for the fountain and the Goner Maker, but it lines way more. The colorization lines up more with the Jockington.
Extremely intriguing to me. And I would think a little deeper of this, but this also seems to line up a lot with this screenshot from the Steam page of Jockington growing.
Jockington grows a beard. Or Jockington grows the beard.
The beard, it's the same color scheme and also seems to use image depth. So, could this just be what we'll see in another room of this sort in the Chapter 4 Dark World? Or maybe it is something more important than that. Whatever the case, the fact that both of these are using the Goner Maker background, something that only the Fountains have been using otherwise, it's hard to believe it isn't significant in some way. If I wanted to reach, the header being in all caps could be another pointer to that. But who's to say? I really don't know. Even the name of the page itself just kind of eludes me and makes it sound like we'll be in another forest perhaps, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Lost where the forest would grow. This just makes me think of like the Lost Woods, but also in Scar, there's like this pick-a-path section where you have to pick the opposite path of Susie and Lancer in order to make your way through. But these aren't the Scarlet Forest trees. This isn't the tree. people associate the Scarlet Forest trees with the man, and not really that lost area section, but this isn't even the Scarlet Forest tree to begin with, it's a new one. But it does look familiar. Maybe this tree was used in Undertale? Or maybe, like, another RPG that Toby likes? Like, maybe Earthbound? Maybe it's, like, the silhouette of a tree used in Earthbound or something? Because this tree does look familiar. Or at least the outline does.
It at least implies that Chapter 4's Dark World might be a little special, at least narratively speaking, if image depth is being used this often in its assets. Guess it makes sense, given it's sort of the halfway point of the game, arguably. But moving on, upon clicking on the tree, we hear this noise.
Is that Dessa's guitar, maybe?
Clicking it a few more times will play this noise again each time, but on the fourth click will take us to the windows again? Ah, but wait. You see, the page before was Windows. This one is just called Window, singular. We're in a different but identical page. And you can tell because hovering over these windows again, we see a different string being jumbled on each one. This time, all of the letters are scrambled, so we're just trying to find something that is coherent at all. And you eventually do, in the form of our next and final page for this branch of the added ones. The Poor Children. Tab header simply reading Therapy. It appears to just be a black screen at first, but when holding left click and dragging your cursor around, you're able to draw white pixels, at least up to a certain amount before it starts erasing itself. There isn't much more to it than that, but eventually, you'll start noticing that you're uncovering something beneath the darkness. Uncovering more of it, we can see that this is one of the Scarlet Forest trees, or egg trees, which we even saw on the man page back in 2022. It eventually fully reveals itself, and we can click on it. This tree leading us back to egg. Huh. It brought us back to where we started. But with that, it also concludes at least this branch of the new pages. Or does it?
The poor children, and you... Oh, sorry. So, the poor children. You get there by clicking on the tree, which relates to a forest, and a lost where the... what was it again? Lost where the forest would grow. Near the bunker, maybe. The hometown. So, Des... And because it plays like a guitar sound, so maybe Des is a guitar, which relates this Des. So Des got lost in the forest, Des got lost in the forest, and the poor children, Des. This is probably relating to Des somehow. I'm not sure what it means, but it probably has, but it's gotta have some relation to Des.
Pixels.
This also brings up another topic. So, back during, like, Chapter 2, people were making all these and how she would be important to the story of Deltarune, but I was, like, extremely opposed, well, not extremely opposed, but I just opposed these theories because it didn't make sense. Why would Noelle, of all characters, be important to Deltarune and its story when she's only important in Chapter 2, as far as we know? Like, if Noelle was so important, why wouldn't she be a very important character in Chapter 1? But no, instead you have Susie, and you go to the Dark World with Susie, and you barely have any special interactions with Noelle aside from her being the person you come to in order to try and form a group of 3, but even then, I don't think that's a special enough interaction to make Noelle as important to the story as possible. But then I remembered something in the Goner Maker part where you name the vessel and name the creator. Noelle is one of the few characters that gets a very that gets a very special interaction from Gaster, along with Susie and Kris. So that just confirms that Noelle has to be important, because even though she wasn't important to Chapter 1 and was kind of important to Chapter 2, because of the weird route and her being a party member, she does have way more importance. Because my train of thought was that in Chapter 3 we're also going to have like Toriel as a party member, and we're going to have like new party members for each chapter. So why would Noelle be so special? Because we're going to have more party members for future chapters. Because sure, Noelle is like the chapter 2 party member, but because we only have Chapter 1 and 2 so far, and at the time of those theories being made, I thought that it wasn't so important, because even though Noelle was a party member, that doesn't make her special. But her having a special interaction with Gaster in the Goner Maker, that's what makes her special. That's why she's important to Deltarune.
At least up to a certain amount before it starts erasing.
Sorry, again, that was probably very confusing. I worded that very poorly.
Itself. There isn't much more trees. Includes at least.
Now that we've passed that, let's.
This branch of the new pages. Or, Noelle mentioned a type of cat she saw that lowered her score. We've been able to get equivalents to every type of cat she listed in that text file in the Rare Cats page. So, if we got equivalents to all of those...
So, if... I can't get a read on Friend. Some people think that Friend is gonna be like a future chapter secret boss, but how would that be possible? Because Friend has more... Well, Friend is 1 in all caps, so that relates him more to Gaster than the secret bosses. So I don't think image underscore friend is gonna be a secret boss. It's gonna be because I just don't know anything. Like, what would create image underscore friend in Chapter 2? There's no relation to... There's no items in the computer lab that would relate... That would make image underscore friend. And if an image underscore friend appears in future chapters, that's going to be even weirder, because we assume that image underscore friend is a darkener. So how would image underscore friend be able to exist in other dark worlds? That's the one thing that confuses me.
Then,
I think that
what if that's...
image underscore friend would be a secret boss. I think it's... People say that it... I've heard some say that image underscore Gaster, and that's what I think. Because its file is in all caps, and it exists kind of like on the outskirts of reality.
Super secret type that she saw is also in there. If you were to just keep clicking on the cats on this page without leaving it,
time to get jump scared.
If...
Jump scare warning, jump scare warning.
Oh.
Hello.
What?
Okay, let's go back. There we go. So you got like the Spamton eye things. You make points.
Oh.
Okay. I couldn't pause it enough.
What? So, when you click over 100 cats on this page, or when you edit the point values on it, the 101st one will be a flipped and slightly edited version of the image friend sprite, zooming towards you and playing the same noise heard in the chair jump scare back in 2022 before sending you back to the main page. Furthermore, going back to Rare Cats, we can see that our points have been sent back to 0. And that's not even all. Internally, all of the cat animations are named Cat 001 and so on. And so, the friend sprite in this page internally is named Cat009. Well,
Image_friend is a cat, for some reason.
I don't even know what to say. So, like, that face in the basement was just a Spamton hallucination, guys, right? It being all caps was just for the funny, wasn't it? That was just a funny little goof that Toby did that meant nothing, right? Even that chair jump scare, that didn't mean anything. That was just Spamton the whole time. I guess this is just another quirky little coincidence and
I don't think so, because yes, Spamton may have the element of cats in the Neo body, I think. Pair of, like, puppet cat strings and stuff. I don't think that would make image friend because Spamton, because that was in the Spamton in the Neo body. Image friend appears before Spamton gets to the Neo body, so that it just can't be Spamton.
Friend still is just some spooky cryptic bullshit that totally isn't going to be important in any way in the new chapter. Okay, I'll stop rubbing it in. Our third friend appearance. And not only that, but it seems to imply that friend is a cat petter's thing, potentially meaning that, yes.
Wait. That would explain why image friend is in the computer lab. There might be a computer in the computer lab that has cat petters, and if image friend is from cat petters, that would explain how it's in the Chapter 2 Dark World.
Maybe them being a cat is more on the table than one would think. And yet again, we have another secret thing in the game that seems to have ties to Noelle, because that's her thing. But let's just take a step back and really look at this branch of pages for a moment now that we've gone through them. We started on the egg page, which then took us to Rain. These pages both involve cat petters and seem to further hint at its importance to not only Noelle, but to some of the more bizarre things we've seen in the Dark Worlds, such as the man behind the tree. From there, we then get a peek at what I imagine will be a minigame for Chapter 4, not too unlike the Rare Cats page, and then we're sent to the Windows pages, showing off what I can only imagine are Chapter 4 assets, including the Depths tree, as I'll call it.
This relates to deaths, as I said before. These windows and the tree and the think of the children, that must be deaths.
And then we had to uncover the egg tree, which took us all the way back to Egg. Obviously, for the most part, these are just teasers for Chapter 4. However, the increased emphasis on cat petters and the fact that fucking Friend appeared in the Rare Cats game, and may have been the type of cat that Noelle saw, in the same series that she also got the special egg, as in the ones the man gives us, that is striking to me here. In the way that we sort of go all the way back around from and then back to the egg page, I don't know what exactly it suggests, but the way it circles back around feels like it's implying some specific dynamic between the two here, as in Friend and the man. In other words, the fact that both seem to have some...
So you think that that maybe some form of Friend is behind, is the man giving the egg, or in between them. That might make sense. They both are mysteries. But I guess that's kind of like tying Redacted and Mystery Man to Gaster in Undertale. We don't really know much about them. So we just kind of assume the same things about them.
Connection to cat petters, and thus to Noelle, suggests to me that perhaps the man and Friend could be connected as well. Or maybe even one and the same? I don't know.
Don't think that a detached smile could be described as a man, but it is in shadows, so maybe there is a full body and not just a smile and eyes, just a face.
But it certainly feels like there's something going on there, and that's my main takeaway. Chapter 4 may be our first—
But my main takeaway from this is deaths, because this relates to deaths, this relates to deaths, this relates to deaths, this relates to the deaths. 4 out of 7 of these pages have some relation to what I believe happened to deaths.
real idea.
And remember how I said that I thought that theories around Noelle were kind of pointless around Des because, yeah, Des is, like, missing. I didn't think that Des would ultimately be that important to the story of Deltarune, or just the future of Deltarune, or be one of the major mysteries. Like, yeah, it is kind of a major mystery, but it doesn't solve Deltarune. But then the Spamton Sweepstakes happened, and then Find Her and Lost Girl and everything about that related to was probably in relation to Des, so now I think Des is a much more important character than I originally thought. So Des and Noelle have some sort of importance to Deltarune.
Idea as to what the fuck these two actually are. And if that's the case, I am especially excited to see whatever potential payoff that'll have. God, and I didn't even mention the last pages.
I don't think Friend or the Eggman would Eggman or the man behind the tree that gives you the have a payoff or something. I think they will just stay mysteries throughout the game. Maybe Friend, but I don't think the tree egg person, the tree Eggman, will have a payoff that explains him and, like, have all sorts of lore. I think it's just a mystery.
Name, the poor children? The header just being therapy? The fact that we see the egg tree as well makes it seem like this page has some connection to the man specifically, but what that is, I really have no idea. And then we also have the fact that the Windows pages have that "Aren't you forgetting something" header.
Aren't you forgetting something? Maybe, like, your sister that's got lost, and you need her. Without Des, you get lost. Noelle is lost. Des is lost, and because Des is lost, Noelle is lost.
That the damn Utena page had. Are those from the same character?
That one was a stretch.
Different ones? Who the hell is saying this? I don't know, but I hope we get to find that out at least. And I guess we're also having the Tenna thing happen again, where people were certain that Friend being a cat was too obvious, and then, well, this is about as close as we're gonna get to actual evidence that that's what's going on with them. Goodness. And then there's also just the matter of what the hell this chapter's Dark World is even supposed to be. At this point, it's safe to say that Chapter 4's Dark World will be the church, especially after seeing the trailer, but the continued Cat Pedders references add a whole new layer to this. In fact, I actually remembered something just now.
I think the Cat Pedders is just in relation to Noelle, and Noelle has a high tie to the church. But I still don't think that would link Cat, because, like, if there's two chains, there's three things, there are two chains, but there are three things, there are two chains between them, like, there's a chain here, and then there's a chain here. That doesn't mean that there's gonna be a chain, like, there's gonna be a chain tying these two. I can't.
The concept art set that we shared way back shows Susie playing on what looks like a handheld console, and we can even see Noelle just barely off screen in this screenshot here.
The way this handheld console, what you believe is this handheld console, kind of looks more like a book because of the way it's folded.
So, my shot in the dark guess? The Chapter 4 Dark World will primarily be the church.
But yeah, it probably is just a handheld console because, like, the way Susie is holding it.
But maybe Noelle also brought her DS to church or something, which had Cat Pedders on it. And when that Dark World is made, we'll also end up getting Cat Pedders things in it as a result, and thus possibly more leads. Or even answers as to what the hell the man and or Friend might be. That might even explain why the hell Friend appeared in the chair page if that's a Chapter 3 thing. Remember, Cat Pedders the RPG is under Azriel's bed in Kris's room, and
I still don't think that would work, though, because dark fountains reflect the will of its, like, something, or, like, darkness reflect the world. Darkness reflect the will of the dark fountain. Why would a DS with Cat Pedders, or a handheld console with Cat Pedders, reflect the will of a church dark fountain, it's not religious at all. So wouldn't it just end up more like a stone statue? Like Lancer and rules? Speaking of, how, if the man is a darkener, then how is the man able to exist between Chapter 1's Dark Fountain and Chapter 2's Dark Fountain, the Card Castle and the Cyber World? Wouldn't that must confirm that the man is a lightener? Or a special darkener like Rousey? There really is a lot more mysteries involving that man, huh?
And if Friend really is tied to cat petters, well, there you go. That would actually explain something about them, I guess. I could be wrong, but that's as much as I'm gonna be able to parse for the time being. In my opinion, I believe this branch is trying to imply that Friend is tied to cat petters in some way. And
especially with the bigger eyes. They're just a dot. Wouldn't a cat eye be more line-like?
to even say that is just... that's insane to me. That's not a thought I would have really had before this update. It's been a few weeks since the new stuff went live, and I still feel like I'm completely awestruck. Whether or not that's true...
How long have I been streaming? Oh, sorry. I guess I'm being a bit too quiet. I thought I was being a bit too loud. Let me turn my mic up. I have no idea how long ago that comment was. Okay. Okay, there.
Though, I think we can confirm this much. The Chapter 4 Dark World is going to be weird as hell, but with the use of image depth in more of its assets. And the man and...
religion itself is kind of weird. It's just built off of, well, obviously faith. That would lead to, like, a bunch of weird imagery. Like, we all know the biblically accurate angels and stuff, look very strange and odd and creepy. So, yeah, Chapter 4 would have such a weird aura around it. That certainly wouldn't work, like, even though Chapter 4 would have a weird aura, I don't think that would work well with the Chapter 4 being a weird route. Which lines up with the numbers. Because how would you do a weird route for Chapter 4? Because, yeah, maybe Noelle will reappear in Chapter 4's Dark World. But, because it is the church. But I don't think it would be a continuation.
Friend might be particularly relevant to it, along with cat petters in general.
No more ads. Well, Molly's getting some ad revenue.
Wow. It's a lot of things at once, these pages. I have no idea how this will all come together, honestly. But it's a good thing we won't have to wait much longer to find out, will we? That's about all there is to say for these first 6 pages. This branch is the most blatant teaser for Chapter 4 we're going to get in this form, and with it, only has brought further questions rather than answers. I can't even begin to make sense of all this.
Well, I can. I think that most of those pages have some relation to deaths.
It's so many vague and bizarre things that we just got in these pages alone that it definitely feels like it's meant to just be noise and chaotic to us almost. To the point that honestly, I don't have much more I want to say about it because I'd rather just wait and see for myself. It certainly got me more excited than I already was, but whatever the case, it'll all make sense very soon. Hopefully. But of course, that was only just about half of what was added. We're not done yet.
Now to talk about
we
those
still have that
routes.
Second branch of new pages. And if you thought everything just now was something, well, it's better if I just show you. It only gets weirder from here.
So, weirder. Does Molly think that these new pages have relations to the weird route?
To begin, if you want to get to the page we're looking for, there's two ways to do it. The short way is through the main Sweepstakes page, as the What's Next link on the bottom will take us directly to it. However, I don't consider this to be the true start of this branch for the purposes of this video. The other way to get to it starts with another new page we have to find. Let's start from the silence version of the Sweepstakes page, and go over to the bottom. As I mentioned earlier, the What's Next link here takes us to Ramb, and Ramb is the last of the older pages that had something actually added to it. That being that you can now click the top of the green rim, the red area where the mouse is. And doing so will take you to Romb. With the header, "No one will shed a tear for him." All we see here are just a pair of
No one will shed a tear for him. Who? Rousey?
doors. It's hard to tell exactly where this is, but it's probably some sub-area in the Chapter 3 Dark World. And upon clicking on them, we have the screen cut to black as this happens. We then see text that reads, "If only you had the blank, your luck might have gone another way. No blank, no crystal." The blanks here obviously being deliberately omitted parts of the sentence to cut out a certain word. But you can also click on the blank spaces, which plays a sound named ma.mp3.
Well, that just sounds like something out of Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga.
Now, hear me out here. My guess is that this is a quote from Sham after you finish the Chapter 3 Dark World but failed to get the Shadow Crystal in that chapter. And I believe that the MA in the sound that plays is mantle, as in Shadow Mantle, the thing that Sham mentioned you kind of need in order to defeat the Chapter 3 secret boss. So whatever the mantle is, this may be a sound that is associated with it. And I can't really think of what else this would be referring to otherwise. But keep that sound and the file name of it in your mind for a bit. It's gonna pop up again in just a moment. Because you see, that's still not all there is to this page. Between the opening of the doors and the text showing up, there's actually something in the darkness here. A black box that's moving around the screen that you can click on if you manage to catch it. Doing so plays the alleged mantle sound again, and then changes the header name to "You Can Never Defeat Us, Let's Rumble." No idea.
Rumble. Would that be something that Woody would say from because of Friend Inside Me? Would Woody say, "Let's rumble"? But also us. This lines way more. This lines up more with the secret boss of Chapter 3 being the flowers, because it's a bouquet of flowers that get dumped in the trash. Plural. Well, not plural, but there's multiple flowers in a bouquet, that would make it an us. It really is a debate between Friend Inside Me and Flowey the Flower version 2.0. This hints towards it being the flowers.
Who that is, but more importantly...
But maybe there are... But maybe... us. Maybe it's also refer to Friend Inside Me. Maybe it would be referring to Friend Inside Me and like a horse that Woody rides on.
It takes us to our next page, and we're the What's Next on...
We don't even really have a good name for Friend Inside Me. It's just that the song that Toby made is called Friend Inside Me, so we just call Friend Inside Me. We don't give it a proper name. I mean, there is a mix between the flowers. There is, like, this theory that there's a mix between the flowers and Woody and Friend Inside Me, which is just Petley, I think. I don't know how to pronounce it. But, yeah. If it was Petley, then that would still be singular, because Petley is just one flower mixed with the cowboy. A Friend Inside Me.
On the main sweepstakes site also takes us.
So yeah, maybe there would be multiple Petleys? I don't know.
Chapter 3.
Not applicable. There is no weird route for Chapter 3.
Most of the pages on this branch, not air. The thing.
But
what?
There is no weird route for Chapter 3 traditionally, but I don't know what that means, though. Weird route's not traditional at all, so what would be not traditional of a not traditional? Would the weird route just be beating up the Darkeners normally instead of having to do this weird creepypasta-like back route in order to get Noelle to ice shock the Darkeners in order to trigger the weird route? Because in Chapter 2, you have to do a lot of steps in order to trigger it and actually lock it in. So, if Chapter 3's weird route, if there is a Chapter 3 weird route, what would make it different?
But there is one thing you can do here. If you hold the left arrow key for a while on this page, a single additional word will scroll by from the right side. But not applicable, but what? What's not applicable? And what do you mean, but? See, the thing with this branch is...
I guess the weird route for Chapter 3 would be like Toriel. That theory that Toriel, in order to do the weird route for Chapter 3, you need to intentionally, like, kill yourself and hurt yourself, so Toriel gets all defensive and attacks the Darkeners on parental instinct. But that's still kind of in line with Chapter 2 and how that weird route was triggered, because it's still a weird and, like, backwards way of triggering a weird route and doing something that you're not supposed to do.
Most of the pages on it aren't exactly accessible through links. It's really more guesswork than anything. Albeit rather simple guesswork. If there's a page for Chapter 3, well, naturally, what if we tried entering Chapter 4?
Not applicable at all.
Here, we're met with a black screen at first. Eventually, we can end up seeing a single red dot fade into view, which we'll put a pin on. We'll come back to this one later. Besides, if there's a Chapter 4 page too, then
what... Red
dot?
dot? Blood? No. Why would a red dot represent blood?
About Chapter 5.
Oh, this one's infamous.
Now, what the hell is going on here, right? The header in this page simply reads, back. We see a very big 2, a much smaller 4, and a slightly bigger 5 after. But there's a wider gap between the 2 and 4, because when we highlight all of the text, we can see that there's actually a 1 and a 3. The 3 is just about as big as the 2, and the 1 is extremely small. And all of these numbers, aside from the 1, are clickable. Let's take a look.
Oh, wait.
Clicking on the tippers.
No weird route. Weird route. Weird route, but something's off about it. Weird route, but you need weird route. And Chapter 4, different text. I kind of went around that weird. Saying that weird because I went 1, 2, 3, and then 5, and then back to 4.
Aside from the 1, are clickable. Let's take a look. Clicking on the 2, we hear this.
You're in shock, Noel. You're in shock that you are about to kill your friend.
D.mp3, the song loop that plays in the weird ride of Chapter 2 when you're about to kill Birdly with Noel. Clicking on the 3 takes us to ma.mp3, the mantle sound. Clicking on 4...
Oh! That explains it! New theory. Mantle. 3 is hidden. You need the Shadow Mantle from Sham, or you just need the Shadow Mantle in order to do the Chapter 3 weird route. That's what's different about Chapter 3. You need the Shadow Mantle, because in Chapter 2, you don't need any prerequisites. In Chapter 3, you need the Shadow Mantle. And for Chapter 5, the prerequisites is Chapter 2 and Chapter 3's weird route to be completed in order to do Chapter 5's weird route. That's what's different about Chapter 3. You need the Shadow Mantle. Because in Chapter 2, you are forced to get the Shadow Crystal from fighting Spamton Neo at the end of the weird route. So maybe if you fight Jevil in Chapter 1, get that Shadow Crystal, then in like the normal route, because you're forced to fight Spamton Neo in Chapter 2, you get his Shadow Crystal, and that triggers Sham to give you the Shadow Mantle, or what we assume to be the Shadow Mantle, because he says, Sham says that it's just like a piece of cloth, but it's something else, which we assume is the Shadow Mantle, or like some like beta version of the Shadow Mantle that needs to be like upgraded into the proper Shadow Mantle. And you're only able to get that piece of cloth from Sham if you have both Shadow Crystals. So you need Chapter 1 Shadow Crystal from Sham on the normal route, or like anything. So I guess that's why it's there in some capacity. And then Chapter 2, you're guaranteed to get that crystal. Chapter 3, you get the Shadow Mantle. You're actually able to do the weird route for Chapter 3, because in Chapter 2 you were forced to fight the secret boss for the weird route. So in Chapter 3, if you do the weird route, you're forced to fight the secret boss, and the only way to beat him is with the Shadow Mantle. That
takes us to the Chapter 4 page, which again we'll get to in a moment. And clicking on 5 takes us to this short loop named h.mp3.
More guitars. Is it really Des?
That's at least everything to do with this page alone. But there's a few more we haven't tried yet, have we? How about Chapter 2 and Chapter 1 while we're at?
Someone should just put Chapter 0 in that URL. We still don't know if Chapter 0 is really
and with these, you might start to notice something, especially with this page in mind. Chapter 1 simply gives us the text, not applicable, and with no but Easter egg in it.
Because there is no weird route in Chapter 1.
Chapter 2? Applicable.
There is a weird route in Chapter 2. Has weird route, no weird route, Shadow Mantle. It's a guide. Not applicable, no weird route, has no significance, fork in the narrative. Applicable, has a weird route, has a severe fork in the narrative. Let me go back. Okay, not applicable, but your luck might have gone another if you had the Shadow Mantle.
So, this branch is kind of a bombshell, isn't it? Like, am I losing it, or is this not the biggest thing we've had revealed to us about the game's larger structure in, like, ever? The more I think about it, the more it's clear that this is a sort of guide to the game. Or specifically, a guide to doing something very weird and very specific in the game. But the bizarre thing is, I'm not even entirely sure to what end. This page is showing chapters 1 through 5 in order, but assigning different sizes and either making them black or white. And you'll notice, the two in black, chapters 1 and 3, were deemed not applicable, whereas chapter 2 was deemed applicable. And chapter 2 is the one we clicked on that played a song from the Weird Route. And in this page, with chapter 1 being the only one that doesn't have any sound associated, we know that one by comparison was a very linear one with barely any impactful choices in it, beyond the Card Kingdom either taking kindly to you at the end, or just wanting you to get the fuck out. So, here's what I think the sizes at least imply. The bigger a chapter number is on this page, the more severely you'll be able to diverge from the main story in that chapter.
Maybe. But my main thing with chapter 4 is that chapter 4 is just gonna have some different routes in previous chapters. In chapters 2 and 3.
But as for the...
Because if chapter 4 is in the church, and Noelle's gonna be in the church, it would make a lot of sense for the weird route to leave an impact on her in chapter 4.
Black and white labels, I think that the chapters that are labeled in white indicate the ones that will have a weird route or a side B in them. Thus, these are the chapters.
No, because chapter 3, but. The but is the Shadow Mantle. You need
chapters that are applicable for that route, possibly, if that's what those other pages are on about. Which makes chapter 3 interesting, because it means that it technically won't have a weird route, but it has something else in it that makes it just as important as chapter 2 in diverting from the intended story. And if I'm right about the chapter 3 sound, then it has a lot to do with getting the Shadow Mantle.
Yes, the Shadow Mantle.
Would also imply that chapters 4 and 5, while they don't say as such directly, will also have weird routes. But seeing as those two aren't as big in size as chapters 2 and 3 are, it implies the weird route alone isn't what makes a chapter super likely to diverting the story, but rather, the sounds we hear.
You have an interesting interpretation, and probably is, and there is there's a lot of different ways you can interpret these numbers and what's applicable and what's not. I still think that I'm still sticking to my belief that chapter 3 will have a weird route as long as you have the Shadow Mantle. And chapter 4 won't have a weird route. I'm still sticking to my theory. I'm glad I actually got something of use out of watching these. I got something of use out of watching this video. I did not know anything about this video prior to the stream, but I'm glad I clicked on this video. Glad I clicked on this and am analyzing it, because I have made my stance on this.
Here are things we see associated with these chapters in this page are what make them important. And here's my take on that, at least. D.MP3 plays right before we have that fight with Birdley and the Weird Route, and after that point, if we use Snowgrave, that is when we are officially locked into the Weird Route. That is the point of no return, that is the clear fork in the road, the diversion from the main story. This would explain why chapter 1 in this page doesn't lead to any sound, because there is no fork in the road or real point of diversion in that one. There's nothing that really impacts anything later in the game like that. Following this logic, chapter 3's point of diversion would have to do with acquiring or using the Shadow Mantle in some specific way, and to a similar severity to chapter 2's weird route. Chapter 4's diversion is in the form of a weird route, but it's not clear exactly what point that would be, at least not yet. And chapter 5's diversion is also in a weird route and involves whatever happens when this short loop plays in the chapter. I believe that the Chapter 5 page appears to be outlining how severe each chapter is to throwing the story off rails, and also just straight up telling us which of those chapters have a weird route. Which is insane information to have if that's the case. Especially because before this point, we have otherwise never had anything alluding to the weird route outside of the game itself. I don't even know what to make of this, and this is the best I can do personally to try to understand this page. I could be wrong, but seeing this had me kind of shocked. I haven't even accounted for whatever the fuck the header means. What does back have to do with this?
Yeah, I don't understand that. Back. Maybe back to the start of the game, back to the... I don't know.
Going back to another chapter for something? Was I right about the ending?
Going back to Chapter 1 so you get the Shadow Crystal, because you need the Shadow Crystal in Chapter 1, so you can get the Shadow Crystal, because you Chapter 1 in order to get the Shadow Mantle that you need for Chapter 3, because you're guaranteed to get the Shadow Crystal in Chapter 2. You're going back for the Shadow Crystal. That's what you're going back for. That's what I think this is referring to.
Being somewhere in the middle or some shit, or about the Shadow Mantle needing to be acquired in the future and then brought back with us to Chapter 3 or something?
Well, according to Molly Star's device theory, it could be possible to something like the Shadow Mantle back in time using the device. Maybe.
Toby, you can't just say that, can you? So, that's at least the best idea I have as to what this page is about. It clearly feels like it's trying to outline something about exactly how to play this game in a more specific way. And while I felt pretty sure before of something like this being the case, seeing it in front of me now is something else. I was already very excited for the new chapters just after seeing the first branch of pages we looked at. It is so nice to see this game become more real and to have some idea of how things like Friend will come into play. But this... I would have never expected more hints for weird route shit in the Sweepstakes potentially. Nothing this concrete, at least. And still, we're not even done yet. But we're close. 12 out of 14. Let's take a look at one more thing. The Chapter 4 page. Because this is where things get really strange, at least by my standards. Going back to this single red dot, clicking on it takes you to a new page, but in the Chapter 4 subdirectory. Chapter 4 Message. This page appears to be about the same as the previous one. Hell, the red dot even just takes you to the message page again. But highlighting all of the text here, we can see a lot of single black boxes, each of which we can click on. Every one of these boxes will take us to one of two sound files, e.mp3 and m.mp3. They appear to be a single one, but split into these two halves. Although, trying to put the two together unedited, there is a noticeable gap, so they're not perfectly seamless with each other unless you remove that gap yourself. Or maybe there's something in the middle there that got cut out? Are they meant to spell out M or EM together? I'm not entirely sure what these sounds could be about.
I still don't understand the purpose of these single-digit audio files, because in Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 there was W and D, which we all thought was like some faster. But if there's more single-digit audio files on the Spamton Sweepstakes, then do those have any relations to the single-digit audio files in Deltarune? In like the single-digit audio files in each chapter? I can't wait for Chapter 3 and 4 to come out so we can figure out what if there's more audio files, and if Chapter 3 and Chapter 4 is a G and an A, the world will not be the same ever. And then Chapter 7 suddenly, like, makes the last letter Z or something, instead of spelling out Gaster.
Outside of the...
But I'm still excited for that. But but the question is, will there be? Because we still don't know if there will be single-digit audio files in Chapters 3 and 4.
They'll probably play somewhere in Chapter 4. But if my theory about the sounds in Chapter 5 referring to points of diversion in the story is true, maybe this is where Chapter 4's diversion could occur, is whenever this sound plays. But what we're looking for in this page isn't so much to do with the sounds themselves. It's more so the arrangement of these boxes and exactly where the E and M sounds are put in that arrangement. Because these boxes are arranged in the same way that a keyboard, specifically a QWERTY one, is. And specifically, only the keys with letters on them. And looking for all of the spaces that lead to the M.MP3 sound, you can use those spaces and correspond those to specific letters on your keyboard, which gives you these following letters, going from left to right, top to bottom. It looks like gibberish at first, but we can rearrange these letters into thank you, which happens to be the URL of our next, and in fact, final new page of the Sweepstakes update. Chapter 4, Thank You. If you came across this page at the time it initially went live, you would be met with two fields to enter text in, and a button to click below them. The header, notably, reads, "How long did it take her to smile?"
Noelle? How long did it take Noelle to smile since Des disappeared?
Clicking on the button itself, or entering random text into either of the fields, will meet you with the text, Unknown Contact. Now, I don't really know how people figured this out outside of just pure guesswork, because the fields themselves are very small width and it took a bit for even me to fish out the solution to this. But the topmost field here is actually looking for an email address. Adding an email here, and then not filling out the second field, but clicking the button, will give you, "She never smiled?" However, if you fill out the second field with any text at all, and then click the button, the fields and button will vanish, and you will be met with only text that reads, "Thank you." This is what the page consisted of for the first 12 hours of its release. After these 12 hours, on May 9th, the page would then change to only have this thank you text. It turns out there is a timed window to submit email addresses and potentially answers to the question the header posed, how long did it take her to smile? And that window had closed. I was able to submit something within those 12 hours, thankfully. And it wouldn't be...
How long would it take Noelle? How long? We don't even know when Des disappeared, did we? Maybe she said something in Chapter 2 during that, long part with the keyboard that spells out December unknowingly to Noelle.
Much longer before... Around 9 PM EST that same day, people on the Undertale Deltarune newsletter mailing list who had sent a submission through the thank you page would receive a no-subject email from Toby. If you had answered the second field in that page with no numbers in it, your email would be completely blank. But if you answered with any numbers in it, the email would read, "You answered number in some units of time." Some people got that number in seconds, some people answered in days, some in minutes, some in years, and some also answered in years, but then the email for some reason converted it to seconds. At the bottom of all of these emails, though, one can tell the formatting was the same of that of an Undertale Deltarune newsletter, except now reading, "You're getting this email because you... for the... mailing list." Since writing this, there has been no correct answer
I don't know what to make of this.
Found or confirmed, or unique email content separate from this. It's believed that the answers that were being looked for were responses to the question that this header posed. However, again, we do not know if there was a correct answer to this, and I personally don't believe there is one because I feel pretty damn sure that if there were, we would know by now. And if there was one and no one guessed it, then it makes no sense to have closed the window for submissions if no one guessed the right answer anyway. You'd think you would just keep it open until someone got it right, no? Besides, I have no idea what the answer to this question could be. Who is her in this case, or she? How would we know how long it really took this person to smile? Is this in reference to a specific character, or something more meta, like perhaps how long the muse_smile sound is? I really doubt this was built with the correct answer in mind. The only way I could see this changing my mind is if perhaps we haven't seen the full results of this yet, and maybe later on we'll actually get to see what the correct answer was. But not to mention, every submission from an email to this would only ever take the first answer you gave. Even if it allowed you to submit multiple on your end, it only stored the first one. And so, a lot of people only second-guessed or got better answers after they had already used their one real attempt at submitting. Which, if anything, between this and the whole thank you name assigned to it, this feels more like a survey to me. It doesn't say if you were right or wrong, it just says, this is the answer you gave. Maybe the only wrong answer was whatever led to you getting a blank email? I don't know. Genuinely, in all my time—
Well, Deltarune is a survey program, and if this is a real survey, then I don't know. Does Toby not know how long this was gone? And is trying to figure out from the community, like Toby's asking the community, how long was Des gone? How long did it take for Noelle to smile again? I don't know. This doesn't make sense. Why would Toby need to ask these questions to the community? And in such a cryptic way.
Time discussing this game, this is the first time I feel entirely speechless. It kind of speaks for itself, even if it barely wants to say anything yet. Doing some more digging into it, apparently, people believed they found an internal link to the page where you could sign up for this very mailing list in one of the Fangamer fulfillment pages. For instance, this is what the one for the Undertale Deltarune newsletter list looks like, and this is the one that was allegedly for this blank mailing list. People cited the all caps and what is it as being proof that this was it, but I tried signing up for this one using the same email that I submitted to the thank you page with, and it signed me up for it. Which shouldn't have happened, to be clear, because again, I already had made a submission. It should have had a message saying, hey dumbass, you're already signed up for this one, if it were the same as the one for thank you. Not to mention, I have not been able to find any verifiable proof that this link is actually tied to the thank you page. The only thing I could find is that all of the submissions for thank you were being sent to this link. I think it's safe to say, for the record, that looking internally for info about this mailing list won't lead us anywhere productive. And besides, chances are, it's more likely this is a sub-tier of the newsletter mailing list, not necessarily a completely unique one altogether, judging from the formatting and such. Which kind of leaves us in the dark about this one. At least, it's safe to say that I don't think it's tied to this specific mailing list, which means that it's not confirmed to be limited to a one-time email notif. But that only leaves even more up in the air, and I guess that's kind of the intention anyway. I have no idea what the hell this email stuff for Chapter 4 is all about, and it's kind of insane how esoterically done this specific teaser is. It makes me wonder if perhaps we'll get some really deep shit about the larger picture of the game, more than we even had thought initially. If the first branch we looked at had me excited, and the pages just before this had me baffled and kind of terrified, I'm just at a loss.
Which might relate to Des.
With this one. I remember the beginning of the Sweepstakes in 2022 and just being happy to even consider the idea of anything close to a Deltarune ARG. And now, I mean, sure, code still says that it's not an ARG exactly, but I had to do something to get here that absolutely feels like something an ARG would warrant doing. And with actual email shenanigans getting involved, it makes me feel like we know even less about what is in store for these chapters, and how Toby plans to release and share them, than we ever could have imagined.
Would these Spamton sweepstakes ever get continued? I don't think so. Why would the Spamton sweepstakes get continued? I'd like to see them get continued, but... because these mysteries make a lot of sense. Well, these mysteries don't make sense, but these mysteries are cool. Been like live for 2 hours and 12 minutes. These mysteries are cool, but will we get something new? I don't know. Like,
Or maybe I'm looking too deep into it, as usual. I'm not entirely sure.
But there's no
Here I was, worried that getting all these peeks into the game so close to release would perhaps ruin some of the hype for me, make me expect or look forward to too many things and know too much going in. But every time I've thought that about this game, whether it's now or whether it was while making the device theory, there's always just that one thing that proves to me that I could not be any more wrong. I genuinely don't know what this email or what thank you means. It could be referring to anyone and anything. I fully cannot imagine what role this plays in Chapter 4, let alone the game overall. And it feels so good to say that. But, for the time being, this seems to be the end of the road for us. I hope there's more to whatever this email thing was about. It feels like
I'm just glad I got some answers about these numbers, or at least was able to put them together myself. I probably had that theory that about the Shadow Mantle in Chapter 3 and all those weird routes. Nice to have some more of this. I'll look for a new theory in a minute. Give me a sec. I'll turn that off. This one's gonna be a good one. I already talked about Kris. And how there cannot be, Azrael cannot...
There's a third presence actually opening up Dark World portals.
I think Kris is made of 3 entities.
One soul is the one player control.
So, about the previous theory. Molly Stars did a good job with that previous theory. Here's something I must say. I do not think there's a single bad Deltarune theory. Because, I'm kind of a believer of the gas pipe theory, because, the more theories that come out, the better chance we have of solving Deltarune. Wait a minute. It's actually taking in my chat? Wow. I did not see that. I was too busy watching the video and talking about and theorizing. So yeah, I'm like a believer of the gas leak theory. Kind of. I mean, it doesn't make sense, because we obviously know that Chapter 3 is taking place in the Dreamer household, and we know about Tenna, that TV growing, just, that TV getting a smile out of nowhere, that doesn't make sense for it to be a gas pipe that's causing it, but I'm still believing in it, because... Well, I'm still in support of that theory, because the more theories we have, the better chance we have of solving Deltarune. It's just that some theories can easily be disproven, like I just did with the gas pipe theory, because we know that like, it cannot be hallucinogenic gas that's causing that TV to smile. It has to be a dark fountain, because we know Tenna is real. We know that Tenna's real. We see Tenna in Chapter 3. In Chapter 3 teasers. Tenna is real. That is real. That the ending of Chapter 2 is real. It is not a gas leak. But I'm still a fan of the gas leak theory, because the ending of Chapter 1 made everything very confusing and was like a very massive troll. So, more troll theories. That's good. Okay, is everything else set up? It looks like everything's set up. I think. Let me get on with the theory. Asriel cannot be possessing Kris. In fact, there just can't really be anyone possessing Kris aside from the Red Soul, and we know that the Red Soul is us because we are the one controlling the Red Soul. The Red Soul creates the vessel, and we are the creator of the vessel. Our name goes to the creation, our name is put in place of the creator of the vessel, and goes to Castletown. It has to be us. It cannot be Asriel, because Toriel says that it's Asriel. So it's not like a Kara situation where the name we put in changes things. Asriel is Asriel no matter what name we put into the vessel creation menu. No matter what we name the vessel, or no matter what the creator's name is. Asriel is Asriel, and the player is the player.
Kara's soul, Frisk's soul, and either the player or
Human
Kris
body
is
cannot
maybe.
have two souls within.
The player is controlling Kris, not Kris, so that is not Kris' soul.
And I'm glad that Andrew Cunningham agrees.
Is Rawl says.
I'm sticking with the three soul theory.
Third soul could be Chara's.
I personally think Chara removes.
There is no third soul. There is no second soul. It's just us and Kris.
The heart and our control
My
over
major
Kris.
take is that Kris is literally soulless in the first
Well, I think
place.
Kris' body is night and Kris' soul is
Third soul
Kris.
could be the
So
nuts.
Kris doesn't really have two souls.
Maybe a lack of soul is what could let Chara control Kris.
What if the third soul is Gaster?
One human soul inside one human body, thus making Kris a soulless vessel.
So what I got out of this video is Kris has three
I
souls.
think I figured it out. The third soul is Gaster, hear me
The
out.
soul for the emotion you picked during character creation.
Probably Gaster replaced it with the vessel soul.
Susie also has a soul, not a human one though.
Why not Sans?
It seems only a human soul can seal the fountains.
What about Chara though?
Frisk's, player, moved by Gaster and Chara's because of genocide root in
The soul
Undertale.
Kris rips out glows white and red, as if the soul was merged with the monster soul.
I think
The soul Kris
Undertale.
rips out glows white.
Glows white and red, as if it was merged with a monster soul. No! That can't be it. It's just a glow. It cannot be with a monster soul. There is no monster soul possessing Kris, because the red soul is us. We're possessing the red soul, which is Kris's soul. And it has to be us because of the vessel creation menu in Player Town.
White and
Be Asriel.
red, as if the soul was merged.
But even then, I can kind of... I love playing Devil's Advocate. It really helps me see, like, other perspectives and not be everyone. Which is kind of what I'm gonna be eventually. I know that I'm gonna become the enemy of everyone. I just can't. I'm just incapable of picking a side and sticking with it. No one's gonna follow my lead. But for this one, I'm following Andrew Cunningham. I should still add the description, right? That's what I was supposed to do, but I forgot. Let me add this to the description. Okay, that's saved. Now I just have to update this current description for Streamlabs. I don't think I can fit Molly Stars and Andrew Cunningham into the same description, so I'm just going to swap them out. But the link will still be in the stream description. Alright, so everything looks good. I still wish I could understand why Streamlabs isn't working. It would make things so much easier if I could just use Streamlabs directly. I cannot speak. I could never speak.
Actually,
I'm
literally soulless in the first
I
place.
think Kris video is Kris has 3 souls.
I think I figured it out. The third soul is Gaster.
About soul.
I think the soul in Deltarune represents pain.
Ain't that the truth, buddy? Right, so here's the thing. This video was supposed to be about souls. As in, the little heart-shaped things from Undertale.
No one can understand the soul. Not even, I mean, have you seen that book in Deltarune? No one can understand the true nature of a soul. Of Undertale, in which case we can kind of understand the purpose of a soul.
They let you feel emotions, shatter when hit by frying pans or skeleton lasers, you know, souls. Even before publishing my last video, that was always the plan. Deltarune's been oddly quiet on the topic of souls thus far, and aside from determination, they just seemed like the most pertinent thing to talk about. I figured I'd go over what exactly souls were in Deltarune, what properties they shared with their Undertale counterparts, what didn't they share. Pretty tried and true stuff. However, what has rapidly become apparent, not only through reading the last video's comments, but simply by
Yeah, determination in souls. I should probably go watch the determination video as well after this. I'm not sure what I could add to it, but it would add some more context and could probably help explain things.
giving it more
The thing I'm watching this video for is to help argue that there is not... The player has to be possessing Kris's soul. It cannot... It's not someone else, it has to be the player. Because the player is what created the vessel, and is what Castletown is named after. Oh yeah, I remembered. I was gonna play devil's advocate for the Azrael's piles of dust and Azrael possessing Kris theory that I'm currently arguing against. So, my conclusion that could kind of make this theory true, despite what I've said against it, is that it could be like an alter ego situation, like what Flowey was to Azrael, like after Azrael died and is now possessing Kris's soul. Azrael just, like, forgot who he was or something, and just decided to go by the player's name, or whatever we put in as the creator of the vessel, and just make that his alter ego. Instead of Flowey, it would, like, draw more parallels to Undertale and Deltarune, which I kind of don't like, because, yes, Undertale and Deltarune is Undertale's parallel story, but there's only so much you can do before it just becomes the same. And having Azrael, just having Azrael and Kara having, like, possession things that already happened in Undertale, doing the inverse of that in Deltarune kinda seems pointless. But that's just my personal opinion. What is true fact, though, is that it is the creator of the vessel being the player's name. But maybe you could explain that away by saying that it is an alter ego and that the player's name is actually Flowey, is actually Asriel's alter ego when possessing Kris.
More than 2 minutes of thought is that everything about souls in Deltarune actually just means, what the fuck is the deal with Kris?
Yeah, we don't have a soul for Susie, we don't have a soul for Ralsei or any Darkners, we barely know about any other monster souls. It's all because Kris is the only one who has their soul glowing to give power to the party members and seal the fountains. And that's because we're possessing it.
As of Chapter 2, their soul remains the only one.
Human body contains a human soul. It doesn't say a human body contains a fusion soul. A human and monster soul. A human soul. At least I hope.
I've even heard referenced in Deltarune, let alone actually seen. And, as I hope the intro managed to convey, community discourse on the topic seems to be somewhat fractured, to say the least. So, new plan. Rather than analyze the concept of souls in general, I'll be...
Let me double check, did I really update everything? Yeah, that all looks good. Back with the
examining this facet of the lore through a very specific lens, namely, the nature and number of souls contained within everyone's favorite Kara cosplaying, chocolate-chugging token human.
Sure, they're Kara cosplaying, but they aren't Kara.
Let's welcome to the stage our beloved protagonist, Kris.
Parallel. Hello,
and you know
human.
what? Kris does deserve a round of applause. It is, after all, either through their endless patience or voiceless anguish that we are granted the privilege of exploring Deltarune's...
I really... you must protect the vessel. If the vessel is not going to be our vessel, we must protect Kris. They're the new vessel. Kris must be protected. Respect Kris.
...world and interacting...
human.
...with its characters, even if said interactions entail forcing them to awkwardly flirt with a palette-swapped, mildly lobotomized effigy of their own brother. We will spend a large portion of this video waffling over what Kris is and is not, but let none of that detract from the fact that
what Kris is just a very angsty teenager and socially awkward. Maybe. And also yellow. They're just yellow like Frisk. Simpsons.
They are and always will be an absolute trooper. However, once
oh no, they're not yellow anymore. They become photonegative. We're not, this must not be. This is, what was it? Treasure Island? Treasure Deltarune? Treasure Home.
we look past this kid's laid-back, spectacularly androgynous facade, we are met with chaos. A seemingly bottomless
human soul that we are possessing. This is not Asriel. This is no one else. This is us. This is the soul that we're possessing. This is Kris's soul, and okay, here's an analogy. We control in GTA, we control a human and well, not a human. I never played GTA and I barely know anything about it. So you just play as whatever criminal you play as in a GTA game. But whenever you go into a car, you then control the car. Does that mean you're playing as the car? No, you're playing as the person behind the wheel who's driving the car. It's like that. You're playing as the soul and Kris is the car. That's how we're controlling Kris. We control the soul, which controls Kris by extension.
Quagmire of ambiguous and often contradictory plot points scattered across every dusty corner of the game, pointing not toward any clear conclusion, but leading instead only deeper into migraine-inducing darkness. Or, in other words, Kris's lore is kinda fucked. If you disagree with me on this point, and are perhaps at this very moment typing a comment to explain your elegant, clear-cut theory for why Kris obviously has 3 souls and one of them is Kara,
I got news for you.
No.
That means you
haven't thought about it hard enough. Make no mistake, the
Hello, Vessel.
exact composition of Kris's soul is not a question I will be concretely answering in this video. Considering we now possess only 2/7 of Deltarune's total content, there is no
soon to be 4/7, and maybe even more, depending on what Chapter 0 is. If there is going to be a Chapter 0, if there's going to be more than... We assume that there's going to be 7 chapters, but maybe there's going to be more, who knows?
no sane reason to expect we should be able to do this. But that's not going to stop me from trying. The way I see it, even if the truth is guaranteed to be unreachable until future chapters, that doesn't mean there's no work to be done in the present. We can still narrow down the range of possible outcomes, weigh the likelihood of certain scenarios against others, and ultimately manipulate our amorphous confusion into a shape that is as vulnerable as possible to future evidence. That way, a decade from now, we can go
as vulnerable as possible to future evidence. Well, I just provided evidence saying that Kris does not have more... Well, Kris is... They're possessed by us.
Go into Chapter 3 on the offensive, knowing what to look for, picking up on hints as they're dropped, rather than waiting for assholes on the internet to spoon-feed them to us through a video essay. Sounds pretty good.
I hope I can get my streaming setup sorted out before Chapter 3 and 4 release, because doing it this awkwardly is gonna make things hard. I just want I want to make the best experience for Chapter 3 and 4 when I stream that as I possibly can. At least as good as I can as of now.
Good, right? Well, it does to me at least. And so to achieve this, I think I've come up with just the thing.
The Super Soul Searching Christmas Tree Diagram 5 million.
At least Andrew's got some good editing. I can never do some... I hate editing like this.
Let me tell you, this bad...
Does the soul belong to the player or Kris? It belongs to Kris. Is there a third entity? No. We're just controlling Kris's soul.
Bad boy can fit so many Kris interpretations. Pretty much all of them, actually, at least within the milk toast.
This is not true. It cannot be true. This soul in particular cannot be true. I'm unsure about the other ones, but I'm leaning towards no as well. It cannot be Azri.
Bounds of my own imagination. Here's how it works. You start at the top and progress downward through up to 5 simple questions. Each question you answer locks you into an increasingly narrow branch of the available schools of thought until, upon reaching the bottom, you arrive at a completely unique interpretation. For the remainder of this video, we'll be working our way down through a similar...
I don't even know if the stream is able to detect my mouse movements in the correct way. Like, I'm circling the no. I'm circling the furthest most right option under the is there a third entity. I'm selecting Kris and then no. I'm circling that. I wonder if my stream actually detects it or if my mouse is like somewhere else entirely.
Similar process, comparing the relative likelihoods of each branch as we go, and hopefully, over the course of the trip, smacking into just about every fragment of Kris-related evidence known to science. The first question we have to ask is, unfortunately, one of the most complex to articulate.
It's the Kris.
I'll start with the world's coldest take. In Deltarune, Kris and the player are 2 separate entities.
Very obvious. And it's all possible because of suspension of disbelief or whatever. There is not... The only diegetic reason is that it's the player. There's no in-universe character controlling the soul. It cannot be.
We know this for a multitude of reasons, and I'm not going to bother getting into it. Bottom line is that Kris is an independent being with their own mind and will, and we, as the players, override said will and control their actions via the red soul inside their body. This first question is asking us to clear up a seemingly minor ambiguity.
Like controlling a normal character in GTA and then controlling a car when you get inside it. Just like that. As I said earlier.
With this arrangement. Specifically, is this red soul a manifestation of the player that is not naturally part of Kris? Or
it has to be Kris's soul. Kris is not soulless.
Or is it Kris's own soul that the player has somehow taken over?
We have taken control of it. We have hijacked the soul.
This distinction might seem nitpicky, but the implications are actually huge. If this is the player's soul, for example, and not normally part of Kris, this forces us to conclude either that Kris was soulless before we were plopped into their body, or that Kris has two human souls now. You might also find it convoluted that the player could somehow control a soul without it being their soul, but this arrangement should actually be quite familiar if you've played another game called, what was it? Oh, Undertale. Admittedly, the nature of Frisk's soul was never 100% clear-cut. You have a couple bits of extremely fourth-wall-breaky post-game dialogue that make things a bit hazy, but for the vast majority of that game, no doubt is ever cast on the fact that Frisk's soul is their own. They were born with it as a human in the Undertale universe. And yet, nonetheless, you as the player are free to control their every action in a manner identical to what we see with Kris.
Yeah.
Furthermore, at least in that game...
identical, because Frisk does not really resist. Kris does, and even then, at times when we control Frisk, it's on the genocide route, which could just be Kara, as people say, but I still don't think it's that important, whether it's Kara or Frisk moving on their own in the genocide route. What matters is that Frisk generally is okay with you controlling them. Assuming that it works the same way as Deltarune, where we just directly control their soul.
There was never any reason to question this.
Without having any resistance.
Frisk and their soul behave exactly as you'd expect from a video...
I mean, in the pacifist route, Frisk is made to be a separate character from the... kind of. Because, yeah, we do play as Frisk, but in Pacifist, they just do become their own character. Separate from us. According to the Oblivion Theory or something.
Video game protagonist. I hope you're starting to see my point. Basically, if Deltarune is angling to deconstruct the relationship between game protagonists and the players that control them, I can see no thematic reason why either of the scenarios laid out by this question would be more valid than the other. We have to settle this through cold, hard lore. Conveniently though, the biggest chunk of direct evidence we have on this matter gets dropped on us literally the instant we boot up Chapter 1. I'm talking about the beginning of the so-called Goner Maker sequence, where a mysterious entity, it's just fucking Gaster, okay, he's literally Gaster, speaks to us directly through the screen, asking,
"Are you there?
And whose soul is that?
Before a red human soul materializes. Seemingly in response to the appearance of the soul, Gaster responds,
"Excellent."
In other words, the soul is evidence to him that we, the player, have connected to the game. I see the wording here as a pretty solid point in favor of the red soul being somehow synthesized for or from the player, rather than being originally part of Kris. But
well, yeah, but Gaster could have just called in Kris's soul to act as our connection, because in Undertale, is through the red soul. So it's only... And if Kris has a red soul, it would only make sense for Gaster to do the same in Deltarune. By calling us in to Deltarune via a red soul, which just happens to be Kris's soul.
in a pinch we could...
So Gaster just took Kris's soul. Without the masking.
could also argue that the soul is instead being summoned to the spooky Gaster void from Kris's body so that we can inhabit it. There's also that one line of Spamton dialogue where he calls Kris a heart on a chain, which I take as a slight hint that the soul does belong to Kris, since that would then make the player the one keeping it on a chain, whereas in the other scenario it would be more like the heart was keeping Kris on a chain. So for the time being, this question really seems like it could go either way. Might as well get used to
I follow Kris I believe that the soul is Kris's and not the player's, but I'm okay with it being the player's soul. As long as it's not Asriel or anyone else. It has to be either Kris's or the player's.
This level of ambiguity early on, though, because it's not going to get much better from here. Pressing onward, if we decided in the previous step that the soul does belong to Kris, there's no further issue for now. However, if we want to roll with the soul belongs to the player interpretation, we're immediately faced with a second question. What's going on with Kris's soul then? There's only two options here, one being that Kris was soulless before absorbing the player's soul, and the other being that Kris, during the course of the game, simply has two human souls. Since neither of these are
very complicated.
Exactly a normal state of being, my first impulse is to wonder what kind of side effects we might observe if either of these were the case. A human body having two human souls, unfortunately, is a totally unprecedented scenario, even in Undertale, so I don't think we can get very far trying to guess what kind of wackiness it might create. It doesn't even help us explain the 3 save files, at least not without a third soul involved.
The 3 save files is just because of Gaster and the device.
But, well, I've got a thing or two to say about that later.
Yep.
Soulless beings, on the other hand, we do know a little about. So what might lead us to believe that Kris was soulless prior to the player's soul elbow-dropping its way into their body? As I understand it, much of the evidence behind this stance comes from Kris's unusual behavior when disconnected from the player's influence. The clearest example of this is the bizarre, zombie-like posture Kris assumes after tearing out their soul, as well as the instance where they're described as sleeping like a corpse during the time skip at the start of Chapter 2.
Maybe they were sleeping like a corpse. Yeah, they're described as like a corpse and like walk all crazy, but they are ripping out their own soul, which is what we're controlling, and if they just naturally have their own soul, why would they be walking around like a corpse if they have their own soul? And if they were soulless from the get-go, why would Kris walking around like a corpse be unnatural behavior? Wouldn't that be their natural state of being?
Perhaps suggesting a lack of animation that goes beyond simply dozing off. It seems that Kris has difficulty moving, or perhaps even maintaining consciousness without the player's involvement. Why would this be the case if they had a spare soul in their back pocket the whole time, and were just left as a perfectly normal human after tearing out the player? Furthermore, if Kris has their own soul, why do they always put the player's back after going through so much effort to remove it? This interpretation also fits well with Kris's reaction to the fight against Spamton Neo, where they seem to empathize with Spamton's plight as a puppet who yearns for freedom but is unable to function once his strings are cut. This logic is starting to sound pretty flawless, actually. Until we remember that the one and only reference for the typical behavior of soulless beings, Flowey, shares none of these symptoms. He seems to get on just fine without a soul, besides the whole absence of emotion and wanting to die thing.
Okay. But one, why would ripping out their soul then make them walk like a corpse and zombie and stuff? And two, I'm pretty sure Kris experienced emotions before Deltarune.
No shambling, no red eyes, no catatonic naps. The effects were strictly psychological, and while the rules could simply be different in Deltarune to align more with the game's new thematic preoccupation...
Yeah, it is very likely that the rules are different for soulless beings, considering the rules for determination is determination different from Undertale. Because, like, the second I first saw Birdley trying to open a Dark Fountain in Chapter 2, I was very worried, like, no, you're going to melt, but apparently it's just accepted as normal. But maybe, we never fully see Birdley completely try to focus his determination into his blade, so maybe he would have melted had he gone through with it. We just have no way of knowing because he didn't fully finish it. He didn't finish the job. So because of that, we just assume that monsters can use determination. Because that's what Queen says, and we see Birdley almost do it. But there's still no... But it's still possible that it's not... That it's not how determination works in Deltarune. I'm still believing that all Lightners can use determination.
With freedom, this discrepancy does knock a bit of wind out of another...
Oh, I'll talk about this scene later.
Otherwise very solid argument.
Through chapter 2.
A significantly worse argument for Kris's soullessness that I nonetheless feel the need to address can be drawn from their behavior prior to the events of the game.
Yeah, before Deltarune. If Kris was soulless before Deltarune, they would not have been able to experience emotions, and they would have looked like a zombie. But they've experienced emotions, and it's very much likely assumed that Kris was not walking around like a zombie before Deltarune.
From comments made by the other citizens of Hometown, we can infer that Kris has a reputation for being antisocial, inscrutable, and honestly kind of a dick. Furthermore, this behavior has noticeably changed since the start of the game. This point, though, doesn't sit too well with me, seeing as the same symptoms we'd be ascribing to a literal missing soul could just as easily apply to, any angsty high schooler ever, including myself at the time when I first played Undertale. Kris has got a lot going on in their life, okay? Maybe cut him some slack before playing the soulless freak of nature card. With all that said, though, the earlier points still stand, and I ultimately find myself leaning toward the conclusion that Kris is, in fact, a soulless vessel. A quick reminder, though, the entire discussion we just went through regarding Kris being soulless only applies if we decided in the first step that this red soul comes purely from the player and is independent from Kris.
Well, I'm okay with your interpretation.
If we'd gone the other way and assumed that the player is puppeteering Kris's soul directly, we'd get explanations for all of this quote-unquote soulless behavior for free.
But it has to be that it's us possessing Kris's soul.
In order to escape the player's control, Kris would then be forced to rip out their own singular soul. And of course, if Kris was somehow soulless under that interpretation, we'd be left with exactly 0 souls. I hope I don't need to explain why that might be an issue.
We're not giving Kris -1 souls, are we?
Okay, how are we holding up so far? Heartburn setting in yet? Need a break? Maybe a Gaster gif would cheer you up? Yeah, here, chill out for a sec, just look at the
That's not...
the simple part of this analysis. You see, if we stop here, we're left with just 3 concise, somewhat reasonable interpretations for the internal dynamics of our protagonist. 1. Kris has a single soul which the player controls. 2. Kris has no soul of their own and uses the players as a surrogate.
Kris has a single soul that the player controls. Nearly perfect, I think.
3. Both Kris and the player have their own souls, but the player's is somehow dominant. In all cases, we're left with either 1 or 2 souls, and, more importantly, exactly 2 conscious entities. What this third question asks, though, is what if 2 isn't enough? It is with sincere regret that I inform you all that there is actually evidence for this. Consider the aftermath of a Snowgrave run. Kris, assumedly against their will, has watched for the past few hours as the player, acting through their own body, steadily dragged their childhood friend Noelle down a path of senseless, cold-blooded violence. Birdley, as far as Kris can tell, is dead, despite the rest of the gang's tacit refusal to entertain that possibility, maybe through ignorance, maybe through denial. In either case, the body's left slumped in the library, while the thing people call Kris spends the afternoon bumming around town with Susie. It's almost like nothing ever happened, until, of course, they bump into Noelle at the hospital and mutually shatter all remaining hope.
That's not a guarantee. You're not forced to go to the hospital after a weird route.
That the day's prior events were just a bad dream. You really would think, in a scenario like this, with the player's potential for violence and depravity laid bare, that Kris would maybe not want to keep playing this game. You'd think it would be in the forefront of their mind as they focus their determination into their knife, who might be the next to die, what lifelong bonds could yet be callously severed by the entity controlling their body. And yet, despite everything, they put the soul back and decide to do it all again. This is troubling, to say the least.
Now, some have explained this. I can't exactly remember what they said to explain this. Is some kind of explanation that some people have come up with without having to rely on the third soul and just other things.
If you haven't already guessed, the argument being made here is that Kris simply wouldn't do this. That whatever takes control of Kris's body in the player's absence would...
We still barely know anything about Kris, so maybe Kris would do this even after the weird route. It's unlikely, but we still don't know.
Whatever is responsible for creating the Dark Fountains in Chapter 2, and perhaps the other Dark Fountains as well, must not be Kris, but rather some third entity, distinct from both Kris and the player. And I have to admit, this is not an easy point to ignore. I've actually heard it argued that Kris's actions after ripping out the player, even in the normal route, are too sketchy for Kris to have done under their own volition. These actions, in summary, consist of slashing their mom's tires to engineer a sleepover.
I still don't understand why people think that this is planned, because how could they have ever planned Susie to follow them back to their home, and for Toriel to, like, yeah, Kris could have planned for Toriel to invite Susie to their house, because that's what Toriel would probably do. But there was no evidence saying, like, how would Kris have ever planned for Susie to stay outside the library and wait for them and follow them around hometown and then follow them back home and then follow them back to Kris's house? Kris could have never planned for that. Never planned for that back during Chapter 1. So why would they have eaten the pie and used that as an excuse for everything? Because, like, I'm kind of a crazy person that makes impossible plans, and this sounds a lot like one of them. Because eating the pie so that way Toriel has to make a new one with Susie following Kris home, then Kris slashing the tires so Susie has to stay home, stay with Kris and Toriel, and then Toriel calling the police, and then Kris using that to leave the door open while they're creating a new Dark Fountain. That just seems super like how could you ever plan that? There's no way Kris is some mastermind like the Joker or something. Kris is just a teenage kid. An angsty teenage kid that's been chosen for some legendary purpose with... Sure, they're kind of being puppeteered by the soul and can't really control their own body, meaning that they do have a lot of time to think about stuff, but there's no way that this plan could have... A plan of theirs could have actually, like, properly worked out. There's just too many variables, and the variable and Susie choosing to follow Kris home is the most random variable that could not have been predicted or planned around. I just can't understand that. I do not see how this is all planned since Chapter 1. There's no way Kris planned for this since the ending of Chapter 1 where they ate the pie. They just ate the pie because they wanted to eat the pie.
creating a dark fountain after Ralsei told everyone
there was no ulterior motives around by eating that pie.
No, that's dangerous.
Eating some pie and, I don't know, doing a Jeff the Killer impression? Under different circumstances, I would have just argued that these dubious actions, rather than convince me of a third entity at work, actually just redouble my investment in Kris as a character, that they paint a disconcerting yet intriguing portrait of a young adult who, while perhaps unstable, perhaps driven to desperation by the dismal circumstance of their own life, shows no indication of inhumanity or evil. This train of thought would have inexorably devolved into speculation about whether or not Kris was the knight, how the king and queen not recognizing them could be explained by Kris's different outfit and mannerisms in the light world, and how the knight could perhaps be only vaguely perceived by the Darkners while in the act of creating the fountains. This discussion would have meandered well outside the scope of this video and been a huge burden on the pacing of the script.
Well, I have zero pacing, so I just went on a big, long explanation of how Kris could not have a dark fountain in their house since Chapter 1. There was no way they could have planned that. There were too many variables. So many things could have gone wrong.
Fortunately, the Snowgrave route twist on this argument renders all of that obsolete. Arguing that Kris would be willing to create more dark fountains after having a fun adventure and reconnecting with childhood friends is very easy. Arguing that they would do the same in the wake of a nihilistic horror show ending in the murder of one of their classmates, not so much.
Yeah, Snowgrave does throw a wrench in the plans, but some people have made an argument around it, saying that they wanted, their closest to them to help them through whatever went on during the weird route, by bringing Toriel and Susie into the Dark World with them, by choice.
However...
But there might be another interpretation of that. That's a crazy smear frame.
That doesn't mean I'm still not willing to try. I have a few ideas on the back burner, but if I do end up tackling this argument, it's going to need its own video, and so for now, we'll just have to let this point stand. It does kinda...
I could also go on a tangent on why Susie's teeth changes color. Sometimes they're like this yellowish gold, and sometimes they're just white. I don't know. And it's not a difference in the Dark World, because sometimes in the Dark World she has white teeth, I think, and sometimes in the Light World she has, I don't know, it's just inconsistent.
The scene.
Or maybe I'm just remembering things wrong.
Like there could be a third entity. So cool.
But do they have a soul?
To cut a
Does the third entity have a soul? Oh.
long story short, deciding whether the third entity has a soul only really matters for two reasons.
It's not that important.
One is that it'll bite us in the ass later when you try to make some guesses as to who the third entity might actually be, and the other is tied to one very specific discrepancy that I noted in my previous video about determination. Namely, the fact that Deltarune gives us access to three...
This is because of Gaster, and we know that because of the green, the green menu. I specifically designed my streamline screen from the menu. Very intentional design choice. So I decided to, copy it.
3 save files when Undertale only gave us 1. While tossing out some potential explanations, I almost...
This is a problem. It won't let me re-enter full screen. Let me... Okay, that fixes things.
Jokingly suggested that
Kris secretly has 3 souls or some fanfiction bullshit like that.
No 3 souls. Fanfiction, oh... A lot of theories delve into fanfiction. Because... If some theories are actually theories, then the Deltarune AU paper trail is a Deltarune theory, and not an AU fanfiction.
How naive I was to think that no one would actually take that seriously. Okay.
I'm not trying to say anything against it. I love my fanfiction AUs, but the line between theory and fanfiction gets very blurry real quick.
Okay, for starters, the 3 save files were
And I wouldn't consider it an insult.
never conclusive evidence for Kris having a third soul. To be honest though, that's kind of a sloppy argument to get drawn into, and would involve retreading a lot of ground from the determination video. Which is why I'm so happy to now be able to present this piece of very, very interesting information I came across just a few days before writing this. From what I can tell, this is not new information, nor was it ever particularly obscure, it's just sitting on the Deltarune wiki plain as day, but across the more than 1,400 comments I read under my last video, I came across not one single mention of it. What I'm talking about is the file selection menu the game displays if you close and reopen the program after saving at least once, but before beating Chapter 1. Instead of the beautifully illustrated UI you get after completing the chapter, you get this. The same menu, but
and this is Gaster and the device.
Stripped down. Utilitarian. The real interest, though, comes from what happens when you try to select the save file manipulation options.
Very interesting.
Take a look.
It's the reflection. We shall now revive it. Give the file mitosis.
So, is it just me, or is this kind of huge? The mysterious narrator speaks in a manner identical to the voice that greets us when we boot up the game. In other words, probably definitely Gaster.
Hello,
and on top of that, he's talking us through editing our save files in decidedly scientific language, giving the impression that he's receiving our commands and interpreting them into whatever technical wizardry is actually involved in bifurcating or annihilating a timeline. Taken together, it almost seems too explicit to believe. I don't know how to interpret this in any way that doesn't involve Gaster, or at very least someone, somehow, managing the save system for us in the back end of the game, like a Minecraft server admin. Just tie this in with the fact that save points only exist in dark worlds, which we already know are artificial in some sense, and some Entry 17 quotes about darkness, and bish bash bosh, you've just written the next MatPat video. Seriously, why is no one else talking about this? Sorry. Back to the point, I feel this revelation kinda sideswipes the whole discussion about souls corresponding to save files in Deltarune. I never thought I'd say this, but in lieu of other decisive evidence, my best working theory for the save system has literally devolved into it all being controlled by Gaster.
Oh no.
This further weakens the argument that we need a 3-souled Kris in order to explain the game having 3 save files, and by extension, undermines the argument that we need a third entity inside Kris to explain that third soul.
Those souls
But don't get carried away. This is not an argument against the third entity having a soul, but rather against the third entity needing to have a soul. We need to explore the possibility of a third entity anyway because of the previously discussed Snowgrave root argument, so freeing the entity from having to simultaneously explain the save system is, in a way, actually helpful. But now I think it's time to quit beating around the bush. There's still one question left to answer, a question without which the previous 7 minutes of rambling are kind of useless.
I mean, the third soul could be
Who is the third entity? To refresh everyone's memory, under our working interpretation,
it's about as good as all the other theories about these third souls and Kris being possessed by someone other than the player. It must be possessing Kris.
This is the being responsible for, at absolute minimum, creating the Dark Fountain at the end of Chapter 2. It's tempting to extrapolate their influence into explaining more of Kris's weird behavior, including any fountains they may have created off-screen, but as far as I'm concerned, the willingness to continue making fountains in the wake of a snow...
I don't think Kris created the Cyberworld Dark Fountain. I don't think so. Kris just wanted that. Why would they create the Dark Cyber... Sure, they have the birdcage, so yeah, they could just drag the soul around, and when they need it, they just reinsert it, then pull it out immediately after they recovered, and continue onwards until they reach the library, and then create this dark world in the computer lab. After a massive process of going there via ripping out and reinserting their soul. Because I did say I like to play devil's advocate when it comes to these things, but I still don't think Kris would go to the computer lab and the library and create a dark fountain during the night. I don't think Kris is the creator of the dark fountain of the cyber world Dark Fountain. I don't think Kris is the knight. They might be like part of the like another aspect of the knight. Like maybe there's 2 knights, maybe there's 7 knights. But I do not think Kris created the cyberworld Dark Fountain. But even then, there is an explanation for why it could be possible, even though it is unlikely. Because it is kind of tedious and and has an assumption of things, but it does kind of explain the birdcage and the wagon.
Snowgrave Run is the only non-negotiable point. We didn't do it, and it's hard to believe Kris would. We're looking here for a being with...
No, we definitely did do the Snowgrave route.
little regard for morality, who has something to gain from continually adventuring through the Dark Worlds, who might even be trying to intentionally bring about the Roaring, and I've just talked myself out of half the candidates. So, the way I was initially planning to approach this section was to consider, one by one, the various candidates for Third Entity that had been brought up in my last video's comments. I made little heart-shaped sprites and everything that were gonna come down in a ring like with Photoshop Flowey. It was cool, okay? But working my way to this point from the bottom up like this has forced me to confront the fact that just picking through the contradictions inherent to some of these ideas, focusing on the how of the matter, is pointless, because the real problem here is that there's just no sufficient reason why they should be seriously considered in the first place.
I don't know why Pizza Pants of all characters have talk sprites and not the entirety of Kris's class.
Frisk, Kara, Asriel.
Certainly not Asriel, but maybe these two if you really wanted, if you... I could begrudgingly accept these two. But certainly not Asriel.
I'm talking about you. Take the idea that Frisk's soul is somehow inside Kris, acting as the third entity. Whenever I saw this idea brought up by a viewer, the argument being made was generally that the soul you were forced to give to Kara at the end of Undertale's genocide route, ostensibly belonging to Frisk, was somehow smuggled between universes into the body of Kris Deltarune.
If Sans was originally from Deltarune and made its way to Undertale, it could be assumed that Frisk's soul at the end of genocide found its way
to Deltarune. Emphasis, of course, on the somehow, but
somehow Sans from Deltarune ended up in Undertale. So maybe it happened some way in the reverse, but it's likely it's just the player in Kris's soul, and the player is controlling Kris's soul. And by extension, Kris.
That's exactly the discussion I don't want to get drawn into. Rather, I'd like to consider what line of reasoning would motivate this idea in the first place. By transplanting Frisk's soul into Deltarune, we achieve...
Still, yeah, what purpose would Frisk being inside Kris serve? Why would Frisk, at the end of genocide, even want to open another fountain? Because sure, Frisk did... If this is Frisk's soul at the end of genocide that we sold to Kara, maybe it would still be wanting to do some murder and bad stuff, but it's really holding back.
Well, a spare soul to throw toward the effort of justifying the 3 save files. And as I just spent quite a while explaining...
Because it's not killing the entirety of Hometown.
I no longer consider this to be all that significant. What it doesn't do is explain our Snowgrave conundrum.
Because if it was a murderer acting as the third soul, yeah, I could explain why Kris a third Dark Fountain in their house after Snowgrave, because Snowgrave allowed them to do more murder, but why wouldn't the murderer, why wouldn't they just kill Toriel and then Susie, just then and there while they're asleep? They wouldn't need to drag things out by creating a Dark Fountain and...
Or really tie into any other aspect of the game so far. If it isn't in character for our chosen entity to
and even then, people believe that even during genocide, Frisk isn't a true murderer, and is pacifistic but is forced to do murder by the player, because of the player and Kara.
the behavior we're specifically looking toward the third entity to explain, then it's just a heap of extra narrative complexity for no real benefit. The version with Asriel's soul as the entity easily falls to the same argument, though
Asriel cannot be it.
honestly, there's so much other.
Oh wait, what I said about earlier, that applies to Asriel, also would apply to Kris and Kara in some ways. Maybe not. We do name Kara in Undertale, and Kara parallels the vessel in a lot of ways. So yeah, no, it's not. There can't be a. I can't accept a Frisk being a third soul, and I can't accept Asriel being the third soul, or just Asriel possessing Frisk, or Frisk possessing. Wait, no, Asriel possessing Kris and Frisk possessing Kris.
Other evidence stacked against that idea that I feel we're letting it off easy this way. Kara, though, as always, is a bit more complicated.
Yes, because they reflect the player a lot, like the vessel, which we do know is something that the player. And if Kara's name is meant to be the player's, it would only make sense for the creator of the vessel to also be Kara's name.
First of all, what does the third entity being Kara even mean? The specific Kara from Undertale? The parallel universe Deltarune version of Kara that we maybe haven't seen yet, but who also just
Yeah, I'm still not sure though.
Happens to be some kind of disembodied presence in the new canon?
It only
would either of those kids even be willing to...
It's gotta be the player, but I do see some strength in the Kara being a third entity inside Kris, or just the Kara possessing Kris instead of the player. But it still just has to be the player.
Create the fountain post-Snowgrave run? I don't know, maybe if they were soulless again like an Undertale, but probably not otherwise. I refuse to get drawn into a rant about Kara analysis here, but I remain firmly convinced that Kara from Undertale, at least
Nera Kara would be a nice thing to cover on the stream. Maybe a later stream. I don't know what's going on for. I did have some problems at the start, but it's still going smoothly now.
Before accompanying the player on the genocide route, and at very least before losing their soul, was not a monster. Here's the kicker though. A quick scan of Deltarune's characters that have been ported over from Undertale reveal that all the plot-relevant ones are accounted for, with the exceptions of Frisk and Kara. Frisk makes sense because they were never actually a citizen of the Underground until the events of Undertale, which have clearly never occurred in this universe. But all we get to fill the glaring absence of Kara is this one stripy-shirted, conspicuously gender-neutral human child who enjoys...
The stripe isn't even the same color as Kara's stripe shirt.
Chocolate and knives, and happens to be the adopted sibling of Asriel Dreamer.
It really makes the very important person shirt that's being sold as merchandise very confusing. More pale white of like Kara's shirt, which also matches their skin for some reason. I guess it's a color palette limitation. Or is the more yellow of Kris's shirt on the very important person shirt. Why am I the only one asking these kinds of questions?
But the names are different, so they couldn't possibly be... Oh, fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
Show of hands if you remembered that the first human is not really named Kara. Again, not getting into a Kara theory rant, but the name Kara...
all pronunciations of Kara. Except for, okay, let's see.
Okay. Show of hands if you remembered that the first human is not really named Kara.
Kara, I can work with this. Kara, I can work with this. Chara, I can work with this. Chera, I cannot work with this.
Again, not getting in...
I just used those three that I said earlier interchangeably.
into a Kara theory rant, but the name Kara seems to be a reference to an abbreviated form of the word character that would come up a lot when writing code for a game like Undertale. Basically a default container word that's used to store the name.
Yeah. Still, it's C-H-A-R, not C-H-A-R-A.
Name the player actually enters. So naming your character Kara is kind of like naming your dog Dog. It makes sense to call this the true name from a certain meta outlook, because
yes, that's the reason why it is. It's not the true name, it's just admission, but to assign some name to this human, and Kara just makes the most sense because it's commonly accepted.
It basically represents the player accepting the artificial nature of their interaction with the game world, but I don't think it necessarily means that Kara is the literal canon name of the first human within the fiction of Undertale.
If they extended it from C-H-A-R to C-H-A-R-A, why wouldn't they extend it to be even longer? C-H-A-R-A, like more just character in full, instead of like a shortened version of character.
Undertale. All that said, it's always just kind of been my assumption that Kris is Kara, or, you know, what Kara would be within the alternate universe of Deltarune. I've also heard people say that Kris represents a sort of unholy amalgam of both Kara and Frisk, since their appearance and names are similar, and, well, I'm not really sure how that works, but it seems like a reasonable enough idea.
Kara represents the player, and so does Frisk in a way, because you play as Frisk, so it would only make the both of them and then just put them into Kris, because there's no extra parallel for Kris, for the player in Kris, except for like the vessel, but that's discarded and kind of a mystery. I still think that the vessel parallels Kara way more.
Looping all the way back to the topic of third entities, the thought of some version of Kara being hidden inside Kris just seems absurd to me. There's already so much Kara going on with plain old Kris the human. Assuming for just a second that this game is being written by a rational human being, what would be accomplished by making the protagonist two of the same person?
Was that me? I'll deal with it later.
So who does that leave? Well, there's Gaster, of course. There's always Gaster. And honestly, he's one of the more reasonable candidates, simply because, well, he's Gaster. We know next to nothing about his nature, his capabilities, his motivations, and technically even...
Gaster is the trump card. Play it at the end of your hand. Play it at the end of your theory. Into place.
And his appearance. These properties combined make him simultaneously the best and worst answer to every inconclusive fragment of lore that's ever spilled out of Toby Fox's brain. In a hypothetical scenario where Gaster was exerting control over Kris, we don't even know what form...
I still don't think it would be Gaster anyways, because, again, scientist, why intervene? It's supposed to be controlled experiments and stuff, but I don't think... I think that the player intervening would already be enough. Gaster wouldn't have to intervene himself.
That control would take. Does Gaster have a soul? Is it a sign that something has gone terribly wrong with your Deltarune theory if you need to ask whether Gaster has a soul? One thing I can say in favor of this interpretation is that there is...
If Gaster was from Undertale, and is a monster, monsters have souls, but after being split in between time and space, you could argue that Gaster does or does not have a soul. It's very it could be confusing. I just don't think it's relevant anyways.
There is a precedent for Gaster being a puppet master of sorts, as we see in the story of Spamton. And for anyone who needs a refresher on how we get from Spamton to Gaster,
it's actually surprisingly simple.
After beating Spamton Neo, this Blue Addison recounts hearing a sound coming from Spamton's phone described as garbage noise, which is also how the game...
If If only Steve actually did more Mario Maker explanations.
Generation describes the sound that Kris's phone emits when they try to make a call in the Dark World. The sound effect is the same as the one that plays in the hidden Undertale room that displays entry 17 in Wingdings, which is internally named Room Under...
Not that Steve Gaming or just Steve Perspectives content is bad now. It's just... It's not what exactly propelled him straight into Mario Maker legend. But there's only so much you can do with Mario Maker, and it's been years. But I'm getting sidetracked.
Underscore Gaster.
I've been purposefully trying to not get sidetracked.
Anyway, that's about where my thoughts on Gaster being the third entity end. It's certainly plausible, the game is already caked with the guy's sticky interdimensional fingerprints, but it's impossible to read further into what such a scenario might imply until we better understand what role Gaster actually plays in Deltarune. Before closing this topic, it's worth mentioning that there's an implicit fifth option of the third entity being a character we simply haven't seen yet. This interpretation shares a lot of the same advantages as the third entity being Gaster. In short, a character we know nothing about can't create contradictions when shunted into a new role in the story. But, predictably, throwing up your hands and saying the character hasn't been introduced yet doesn't leave a lot to discuss, and ostensibly the point of these videos is to fill time while waiting for Chapter 3, not just to remind people that they have to wait. So there. I think that covers the majority of third entity candidates I saw people bring up after my last video, and it also brings us neatly to the bottom of the super soul-searching Christmas tree diagram. The bottom of the diagram. Oh yeah, that's it, we made it. Each color in these rainbow lines was supposed to represent a possible answer to the last question, so really what you're looking at here is about 30 different outcomes that involve the presence of the third entity, in addition to the previous 3 with just Kris and the player. I hope you see now why I was so keen on this diagram. Even though it might seem to complicate things at first glance, pretty much every other way I tried working through this information resulted in nothing short of a descent into madness. But by carefully breaking down the topic into the 5 most pertinent questions, we were able to efficiently consider the vast majority of relevant evidence, tabulate every potential version of Kris, and tentatively compare the pros and cons of each competing school of thought. Having done that, the video is over.
I know everything about Deltarune and Undertale.
Don't forget to roast fuck off, we're not done here. I've got to level with you about something. Back when I was making my first Deltarune video about determination, the script writing process was pretty straightforward. I realized there was a thing
Is this the origin of
about determination, the script writing process was
Friend Cat. This must have been a long time ago. Wow. People really jumped to the conclusion that Friend is a cat very early, and they were right. Maybe. Also, this is not Friend inside me, I can promise you that.
Was pretty straightforward. I realized there was a thing in Deltarune I didn't understand. I combed through the game for all the relevant evidence, and then I worked through it, until eventually it seemed that to me personally, there was only one conclusion I could authentically draw. This time, however, the first step of that process was instead reading several hundred
I could just give my interpretation of this. Without video, the first video that led up to this one, but I do kind of... Should I just give Andrew some, more credit and watch it, or just save myself the trouble? If you want to watch the determination video, I'll also leave that in the description, but I'm not going to watch it, I'm just going to talk about it here. There is an idea that in Undertale, determination is linked, in Undertale and Deltarune, that determination is linked to hopes and dreams, with saving and loading being the hopes, because if you have hope, then you can beat the game. It'll just let you rewind time to continue trying and trying, until you lose that hope and give up on trying to beat Undertale, which explains the save and load. And in Deltarune, the other part of determination would be dreams, which is what the fountains are. They're dreams and fiction. So yeah, determination could be both the link to this, the meta text, and like the normal text, but I've heard of the idea that determination is linked to hopes and dreams, which is something that Undertale is also about, in Deltarune. So, yeah, I think that determination is both hopes and dreams, and depending on the context, if you want more hope, if you're leaning towards hope, you can rewind time and save and load, and for the other half of determination, if you want the dreams, you can do create fiction and create the fountains.
This time, however, the first step of that process was instead reading several hundred conflicting takes on Kris's soul from the comments on the determination video, most of which I never even would have considered.
I'll add the determination video to the description later,
if left to my own devices. And overall, I think this change is good and necessary for exploring the full breadth of ideas floating around the Deltarune fanbase. It is, however, not without its drawbacks, chief among which is the fact that I have basically been playing devil's advocate for the last 15 minutes.
Oh, and I've been playing devil's advocate as well.
So here's the truth.
But
if
for
it
a
isn't
much longer time.
It's already obvious, I don't like the third entity.
Neither do I, and a lot of others.
To explain why, I'd like to ask a sixth question. What is the most exciting thing about Deltarune?
The relationship between the player and Kris. So far.
Obviously, this is a stupid question, and everyone's going to have their own answer, but as far as I'm concerned, the most exciting element of Deltarune isn't the increased production value, or the party-based relationship dynamics, or the spooky secret bosses, or even any potential Mobius double reach-around connection back to Undertale. The most exciting thing is the thought of a Toby Fox game where the protagonist is more than a walking mass of plot mechanics held together by stoicism and mystery tape.
Well, it may be the most exciting thing, but it also isn't really there currently. Like, we see it happen, but we still barely know where this is going. Well, we have an idea, it's just that it's more of a concept than Kris being their own full character.
Now, I realize
you only learn more about Frisk if you actively go out of your way to learn about them.
That was a rather harsh thing to say. Perhaps a hot take. But here's what I mean. Frisk has a lot
takes. Some that will probably have me be burned by YouTube and everyone in the world.
Going on.
And I've been told it's just better to be quiet until it gets there.
They're the conduit for the player's will, a diegetic vessel for the power of save file manipulation. They also kind of contain a second person and
Narakara
inside them, who's also a metaphor for a bunch of shit. It's a lot, and I'm into it, but
yeah, Kara gives a lot of questions and answers and confuses things a lot. Also, that confusion makes it all the more rewarding to finally understand.
The fact remains that they're barely a character. We get hints of their disposition through the act menu, but only hints, and at the end of the day, their personality is as malleable as the goals of the player controlling them. The astute among you may realize that I'm describing what we in the business like to call a silent protagonist. Yeah. You may also realize that literally all of these traits apply to Kris as well. But here's the difference. In Undertale, Frisk's case,
I still think there's ways to do like silent protagonists because let's take Minecraft Steve and Alex for an example of silent protagonists because you don't really have them talk, because they don't really talk unless you, like, use the in-game chat and stuff. And even then, they just do whatever you want to do, but when you see, like, well, obviously there's the movie, but also in, like, the game's trailers and, like, update trailers and stuff, it's been, like, described that Alex is the fighter, while Steve is the builder and crafter and miner that goes out caving. At least I think Steve likes to go out caving. Maybe he just likes building. But that's, like, another way to do silent protagonists. Like, in-game, it is silent protagonists and, like, just you controlling them, and they don't really disagree or have a personality of their own, but, like, in other media and marketing, and, like, if you really look for it, you can see you can have them be their own character.
Of silent
I don't think that's exactly the best option. And it's definitely not what Toby's trying to do with Deltarune.
Antagonism is never examined through the game's deconstructionist lens. None of the other characters' action is never examined through the game's deconstructionist
Yeah, I can see that.
lens. None of the other characters actually know Frisk outside the playable events of the story, and thus are unable to truly question the motivation behind their potentially bizarre actions. Frisk himself, in the same way, never even implicitly challenges your will. Across the whole game, the dissonance created through channeling your actions, the player
for some reason, but even then it's not really challenging, it's just doing something on their own, and you are able to go against it if
actions through a in-universe human child is simply never confronted. And yeah, Frisk being a thinly veiled player surrogate is the point. Undertale's not interested in throwing fictional characters under the bus to excuse the behavior of sentient-ass human beings. It wants raw player-on-game contact, and a blank slate protagonist is one way to achieve that.
Well,
It wants raw
but this looks dangerous. You're gonna need to check your eyes after that one.
player-on-game contact, and a blank slate protagonist is one way to achieve that. But in the process, something is sacrificed, and that something is Frisk. By the end of the game, we acutely understand, one way or another, how every major character has been impacted by the role we played in the story.
Yes, but Frisk does kind of develop their own character in the pacifist route. And a lot of their things, like, because Sam says that even when you run away, you do it with a smile. Like, Frisk does have their own character if you let them in the pacifist route.
And yet the one we're closest to, the one who stands at the very epicenter of our influence on the world and beholds its impact from a front row seat, has no discernible...
That was... I really should have been ready for that one. Jump scare warning. None. I've seen that plenty of times, but that one got me. I wasn't expecting that.
...opinion on the matter. Now, with all that said, cast your gaze back to Kris. In many ways, the situation is identical, but now our protagonist has a past. They have friends and family, and most importantly, they are not you. The unresolved dissonance that resulted from controlling Frisk and Undertale has now taken its due place under Toby's deconstructionist microscope, alongside saving and loading. The bug has become a feature. You've already seen this dissonance start to be addressed as early as Chapter 1, when Noelle
Pre-Chapter 2 Noelle talk sprite
comments on how strangely Kris has been acting under the player's control, and this narrative thread has continued to develop into Chapter 2. But above even the already fascinating angle of Kris's friends and family coming to terms with the person they once knew being controlled by an unknown force, what I desperately want to see explored in future chapters is how Kris himself feels about this situation. Does Kris understand?
And Kris has very mixed feelings about it according to the fandom. Because so far from what we've seen, Kris is that they really don't like us, but at the same time they need us. And it's led to a lot of a lot of confusing stuff. AUs. But it also is what makes them very complex.
And who's controlling them? Are they tolerating our presence out of necessity or willingly playing along to derive some unseen benefit? What is it like to be a protagonist? Questions that, with Frisk, were not only unanswerable, but that I never even thought to ask, are slowly but surely being lampshaded by Deltarune's story. And the only way any of them can be meaningful but surely being lampshaded by Deltarune.
If it was Azrael possessing Kris, and it's their soul, how is it to Noelle here when Kris is down? Because it only would make sense for it to be the player. Because the player can still give commands to Noelle. If the soul isn't drawn out to the menu, it's not like Undertale where the soul is forced into the game menu where you're able to select your, action, your act, fights, mercy, and item buttons with the soul. In Deltarune, you just select them by hovering over them. Meaning that the menu is not being controlled by the soul. It's being controlled by the player. And if Azrael or some other entity is inside Kris, they wouldn't have control over the menu to give Noelle commands to continue the fight. Because Noelle is still able to hear their voice, and that's because it's the player still using the menu down here to give their commands. The soul would be incapable of doing that when Kris is down.
Story, and the only way
more fuel to the fire.
Any of them can be meaningfully answered is if I can believe Kris is a real character who has been impacted by either their conflict or cooperation with the player. So maybe now you can better understand why pursuing an interpretation that deliberately compartmentalizes every significant action Kris has taken outside the player's control as secretly the work of a hidden entity whose motivations are unguessable but ultimately make sense in the context of some preconceived master plan that lies beyond the knowledge of Kris and the player and also more or less defines the plot of the game is so unpalatable to me. Kris walking like a zombie and creating dark fountains and making potentially amoral and self-destructive decisions is weird and abnormal. But guess what? Living for days at a time as the meat puppet of an unknowable and potentially extra-dimensional player entity is pretty fucking weird and abnormal.
And would probably drive people to do some rash and crazy stuff. You know, makes sense. Even a lot of time to think in their own head, they can't really think clearly.
In the end, of course, this argument comes down to little more than gut intuition. But the point I want to get across above all else is that feeling compelled to offload any potentially uncomfortable aspects of Kris's character onto a sinister third-party scapegoat for the sake of keeping Kris more, I don't know, wholesome or relatable or immediately comprehensible, while perhaps tempting, is selling the true potential of the game's story short. We're only in Chapter 2 here, and apparently contrary to popular belief, the outcome of Kris's arc is not metaphysically limited to being either secretly evil or not.
There is very much a gray.
Maybe it's a mistake to go...
Though it does those two options do conflict with each other, because Kris creating the fountain because they want to be evil, and Kris creating the fountain because of their own reasons.
So far out on a limb of my own personal desires and expectations for the future of this game at the end of an otherwise perfectly good video, but I just can't shake the feeling that instead of spending so much energy and breath trying to figure out what third entity might be controlling Kris in the player's absence, we should just be trying to figure out Kris.
Yeah, everything about Kris, not the soul. Okay, let me get that other Let me get the other thing. Let me add it to the description.
Many times.
Okay, I think I should take a small break now. It's been a while, and sitting in this corner is getting a bit uncomfortable. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I've got a pillow to help with being in this corner. Let me full screen that. I needed to add more to the descriptions, right? I should also probably just link Molly Star's device theory in the description as well. Even though I'm not planning to watch it because I don't think I have anything I can add to it. I'll do that later. I found something else.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like getting Bateman when you need Batman.
Stop! Whoa!
Howdy. I'm so excited to finally talk about...
Half-Bred Chaos has some pretty good theories. Is this even full screen? Well, I made a mistake. I don't think I can really add stuff to this one. I'll just fix this bit. I'll change the border. Alright, who sings Don't Forget With Us in the Dark? I don't think I can add anything to this one. December Holiday, Don't Forget the Memory Heads. The Closet Dark World. Maybe.
This, I've been waiting for months.
There's one Half-Bred Chaos video that I have my eye on. And can overall, well, not overall, like all of Half-Bred Chaos's videos are amazing. Where was it? Okay, here. Wait, this is covering it. Okay. They were all capitalized, but no spaces. Time to go find that one. Oh yeah, how many chapters does Deltarune have anyways? That's one I can work with, I may as well.
With
Because I was mentioning Chapter 0 and all those other chapters anyways.
Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more?
Yeah, just like that breakfast burrito.
There isn't too much hot sauce, is there?
Howdy. How many chapters will Deltarune have? This sounds like such a straightforward question, and yet it's...
These videos are amazing, and, like... Half-Breed can code like a frog? No. Doing the data mining and stuff, but the info he gets is the info Half-Breed gets is amazing.
It seems like all who quest for the answer inevitably get lost in an ever-winding mind maze of Toby's design. Why? How? Allow me to explain.
Yeah, Chapter 0, huh? Just wait till you get to Chapter 10 as well.
The trouble starts with...
Why would there ever be, like, if there's gonna be 7 chapters, there would be no need for the chapter thing to go up to 2 digits. As we know of. I can see Chapter 0 as kind of a placeholder, but there's already a placeholder for Deltarune's chapter loading screen menu as
the Deltarune website. When the game was first announced, there was only one chapter and no chapter select, which made this website our only source of information on the matter. In the very first status update, outlining the game's development so far, it describes the progress towards completing chapters 2 and 3+, while cryptically warning us that these numbers can be somewhat deceptive. What smells like foreshadowing? Oh hey, look, it's chapter 2, which finally introduces a chapter select. And, is that 7 chapters? Holy Kungadero, the plus in 3+ is carrying 4 whole chapters on its back, what a champ. So, case closed, right? There will be 7 chapters, and we can go home now, right? But then, why do the chapter icons go up to 9? I mean, 10. But I guess that it's not hard to just copy-paste the same blank sprite a few extra times. It's not like he has fully rendered and animated sprites of
Chapter 10. See, made specifically for double digits.
I'm sorry, is that a sprite for Chapter 10? You bet your bacon I'm delaying the video to check on this. Okay, so you know how anytime you load up a chapter you've already beaten, it plays the Legend of Deltarune cutscene? Well, after the cutscene is over, it displays the Deltarune logo, before whispering in a spooky voice. The game
possibly Gaster's voice, but I don't know. Probably not. Wouldn't it be what we hear during entry 17? Let's see around here.
And actually used, because Chapter 1 still uses the old script from...
Yeah, here.
Isn't just printing off text. Someone actually had to make individual sprites for each of the chapters, and then alter the code to choose a sprite based on the chapter you're playing.
Sprites.
What's weird is, Chapter 1's isn't actually used,
text.
because Chapter 1 still uses the old script from before the update. And, is that... Oh.
The iconic Chapter 0. Sorry, time traveler, you know how it is.
Okay, I'm gonna need us to hold that thought for later in the video, because I have one more bone to pick with this. It makes sense for Toby to have logos for chapters 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And I could even be persuaded to overlook chapters 8 and 9. But why is there a logo for chapter 10? That's the sort of thing you'd only do if you needed to make sure the animation works properly on 2-digit logos. And if that's the case, that just opens a whole other can of worms. For one, why does Toby keep...
Yeah, if you had to test for double digits, this implies that there's going to be a chapter where there's going to be double digits.
describing his development towards chapters 3, 4, and 5, but not 6 and 7. Like, I know his plan is to work on 3, 4, and 5 simultaneously, but he doesn't even mention chapters 6 or 7 when he discusses pricing. Like, will buying 5 also buy his chapters 6 and 7?
According to Toby, currently, well, after the reveal of chapters 3 and 4 release date, buying chapters 3 and 4 gets you the rest of the game.
I'm sorry if he secretly answered this somewhere, but I can't find it anywhere on the Deltarune website, the newsletters, or the Steam page. They all just act as if chapter 5 will be the final chapter, and... Wait. Huh? Anyway, as far as I can tell, the chapter select menu is the only place where chapters 6 and 7 are even referenced. And, with the way this menu is framed, I wouldn't even be shocked if some future update gave us the ability to scroll down, which is very bewildering, given the many narrative hints implying the game will reach a conclusion somewhere around the 7th day in-game.
Yeah, 7th day, but doesn't chapter 3 take place during the night? Between the night of chapter 2, and then eventually, and assuming that you're gonna wake up at the end of chapter 3, it's gonna be the morning of day 3. So, yeah, but then is it just gonna be a whole day of nothingness? You're gonna have you're gonna start in the Dark World. Once you beat the Dark World, you're just gonna have a long day of the Light World. I thought that chapter 4 was gonna be the long day of the Light World. So that would imply that in chapter 3, after you close the fountain, in chapter 3's fountain, you're gonna have the chapter will probably either immediately end after sealing the chapter 3 fountain, or you're just gonna have a small amount of time in the day part of chapter 3, and then chapter 4 is gonna be the rest of that day before the next Dark Fountain happens, meaning that the end of chapter 4 is the end of day 3. Which means that we lost a day during that period of time. So if it was going to be 7 days for 7 chapters, that would mean, but because we lost a day, that would mean we'd have either a chapter is going to take up 2 days, there's going to be some sort of time skip or something, or there might be 8 chapters, or that chapter 0 is going to be something. There might be more than 7 chapters. That's what I'm trying to say.
But what's extra bewildering is the code for the chapter select. If you've seen Molly's video on the series' meta-narrative, you may already know.
Yeah, watch Molly videos. Do that. Do the same. Watch Molly Star's Device Theory. Very good.
Some of the game scripts are named in all caps, which has some very, very interesting implications. But what's even stranger is that when listing the chapters, there are 8 entries, including Chapter 0, which immediately causes my brain to succumb to the brain rot as I flash back to the gunner vessels and the voice crying out in the unused code. And, can you really blame me? Video games nowadays have gotten so elaborate and meta about the chapter select menu, and Toby in particular already has all of this creepy lore established around the concept of unused or forgotten.
So, I have an idea. I'm interested in watch speedruns during my free time. like at night before bed sometimes, or like during, like as I'm like sleeping, I just put on a speed run, or like a tutorial, or like one of Bismuth's speedrun things. There's Bismuth speedruns explained videos, and one of those videos is like Donkey Kong 64 any percent. And one of the key parts of any percent tasks, and one of the key parts of the any percent tasks is the demo, the game's demo that like plays when you that starts whenever you wait on the title screen for a long period of time. What if something like that happens for Deltarune? Like you load into the game, into like a game demo as like chapter 0 or something. It probably won't happen, especially because Deltarune right now doesn't have a game demo when like loading up the thing. All you have is the legend cutscene, but it could be very interesting.
Forgotten files and maps and even characters that it's almost impossible to look at this and not have flashbacks to games like Off, Doki Doki Literature Club, and Hatoful Boyfriend that weave the concepts of New Game Plus and plot-relevant menu options into the world and story.
Oh, no.
And this gets even more difficult to ignore when Toby and Itoki Hana release a music video about this very idea on the anniversary of Deltarune, while peppering it with imagery that heavily emphasizes the connections between these lost and corrupted characters and worlds. But I know
this is intentionally not to be is intentionally made to not be important. People just took this a bit too far. At least that's what Toby says. You can never really trust the developers and their word for things.
talking about this makes me sound even.
Sometimes you you could trust Toby that Sky Forever Blue isn't important to Deltarune, but you could also just ignore it. Try anyways. There's not much harm to it.
More unhinged than the IC conspiracy. So instead, let's try to look.
Yes, the IC conspiracy. That's the video I wanted to talk about, because that.
Get this more objective.
I can take that much further, I think, than half.
Shall we? Examining the surrounding code with all of the code reading prowess of your average loaf of bread, which is to say,
very skilled bread. Very, very skilled bread.
Basically none. I do see that 0 is the default value for the variables highest uncompleted chapter and highest completed chapter, which seems to change the wording of this screen when the player first boots up the game, prompting them to beat Chapter 1 first if they haven't already, while allowing the player to skip to Chapter 2 if they so wish. The way this code works is by comparing the highest incomplete chapter to the highest complete chapter. So, when playing the game for the very first time, both values are 0. Then, when the player has started Chapter 1 but not finished it, the highest uncompleted chapter jumps up to 1, while the highest complete remains 0. Then once it's complete, both values are 1, prompting it to ask if you'd like to begin Chapter 2, at which point, highest uncompleted becomes 2. And then, once Chapter 2 is beaten, both values are 2, which prevents it from providing any further prompts before the chapter select. So the most likely answer here is just that Toby created a Chapter 0 to make this part of the coding easier, since now he can set the code here to display whatever chapter was the highest completed without worrying about the fact that Chapter 1 will be an edge case. However, there is one very strange thing about the number of chapters that has been brought to my attention recently, and depending on how you interpret this could change everything we know about the chapters, the narrative, and even the man behind the tree. Ready?
Really,
if you dive into the game files and take a look at the music file names, you will find a song simply labeled W.
There it is, the single digit audio file,
which plays exactly once in Chapter 1 when the mysterious voice from the opening tells us what her name is. We've already spoken about how the change in font, casing, and word choice seems to imply that this character right here might be a different person, hijacking or otherwise interrupting the first narrator creating the gun or vessel, presumably Gaster. And at the time, I figured this was an obvious calling card to Kara interrupting Gaster. Were that the case, I would assume W here is short for wind. Since the song the game plays for us in the nothingness after Kara destroys the world is F Wind 2. So that would all check out. But when Chapter 2 released, we got another mysterious song, this time labeled simply D.
And that plays in the Weird Route and in the Silencing Spamton Sweepstakes. Was that file at the same time? Because if that's the case, then that would be interesting. It's still the same file. It's D for the Silencing Spamton part of the Sweepstakes, and it's still D, and it's D in the files. They didn't change the name when putting it on the Silencing Spamton. Interesting. D.OGG, but there's no dogs, actually.
This has had me stumped for months, because why D? Normally, when there's a song like this in the soundtrack, Toby gives it a name like Tense. Or Heartbeat. And he generally only saves one-letter titles for songs that have some obvious reason for it, like Sound B for Battle. But as of right now, W and D are the only songs like this in all of Deltarune. And, hang on, W, D. If this pattern continues, this will mean that each chapter will give us one update to the unused code that seems to be trying to engage us in some kind of dialogue with some poor goner trapped in the dark. And one new song that starts with a single letter. And if Chapter 3 gives us G, I think we all know what's coming next. But if this is true, this carries with it a few weird implications. First, let's count those letters again. W, D, G, A, S, T, E, R. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, now we have a problem.
The Chapter 8 I was talking about, because Chapter 3 makes us lose a day, because we're gonna end the day very soon after sealing the Dark World, and it becomes the day of Chapter 3, and then Chapter 4 is going to continue on to that. Meaning that there would have to be a 8th chapter in order for there to be 7 days. And after that 7th day, like, Azrael comes back from college and stuff. So there'd have to be an 8th chapter. So yeah, maybe it's Chapter 0, but it could also just be Chapter 8. Because, like, this makes me think of, like, this chapter select makes me think of, like, Paper Mario. Paper Mario normally has 8 chapters. Like, for the first 3 games, and the later ones only have 6, like the more modern ones only have 6, but classic Paper Mario has 8 chapters. Then another chapter-based game, which also seems to kind of have like similarities to how its chapter mechanics work to Deltarune, is Minecraft Story Mode. A game that a lot of people probably forgot, but Minecraft Story Mode has 8 chapters, along with most and from what I've heard, 8 chapters is the normal for, like, Telltale games. So just, in general, most chapter-based games have 8 chapters, usually. Of course, that's not always the case, but from what the ones that for me, normally, chapter-based games have 8 chapters. Of course, there are the exceptions. For example, an exception would be Bendy and the Ink Machine and a lot of other things. But it would be possible for there to be an 8th chapter.
Problem. would be given to us whenever Chapter 8 releases, which means there would need to be
Yes, Chapter 8.
8 chapters, or
it would also, like, explain things, because Toby was originally planning on Chapter 1, then the rest of the game being Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and now 3 and 4 and 5, but then it just became 3 and 4. That would leave 5, 6, and then 7. Because if Toby was originally going to do Chapter 3, 4, and 5, would Toby bundle Chapter 6 and 7 at the same time and not leave any mystery for, like, the very end of Chapter 6? I think that Toby was originally going to do... Well, Toby was originally going to release, like, the whole thing at the same time, but I was thinking that Toby would do... But after he, like, had to adapt to stuff, I think Toby's plans for releasing chapters is going to be 1, 2, and now it's going to be 3 and 4. Toby's then going to do 5 and 6, give us 7, and then 7's going to be, like, surprise, plot twist. There's going to be another chapter after that, and that's going to be Chapter 8. And before Chapter 5 was separated from 3 and 4, it would have been Chapter 2, Chapter 3, 4, and 5. Then we would have had Chapter 6 and 7, and then Chapter 7 would have actually had the surprise secret of Chapter 8.
one chapter would have to give us 2 letters, but that would be pretty odd, although perhaps this could be considered evidence that Chapter 0 will be used after all. Or perhaps
I am predicting Chapter 8.
Perhaps this is meant to be a hint about the gameplay of the ending. Already, there are a lot of
But it's far too soon to really predict any of that.
little things suggesting the narrative of this game might require some...
It really determines on how the Dark World and the Light World section of Chapter 3 and 4 are going to end. Because if only 3... then that means we're a day behind.
Something of a restart or a return to the beginning of the game to fully complete. And you know what happens when you type the final letter of Gaster? It restarts.
A good idea and good theory.
But this creates a very unsettling dilemma. All this time, we've assumed the man behind the tree is Gaster. After all, his song has a moderately convincing reference to Gaster's motif. He is described as a name
from Andrew Cunningham, the Gaster motif video. What was it? Entry 17? No. Theme.
Nameless, appearance-less man who remains unnoticed by most and vanishes immediately after discovery. And in particular, the Spamton ARG has Noelle telling us a story about a white egg that unexplainably appears and then disappears in her game, and whose name seems to have somehow faded from her memory, almost like this name doesn't like to be stored or repeated. But this song, allegedly bearing his initials, is accessed by beginning the route that locks you off from the egg. So, this raises a really weird question that I never thought I'd have to ask myself. Is the weird route, aka the Snowgrave route, the Gaster route? Or does such a concept even apply here? Like, don't get me wrong, if Gaster is a parallel to Flowey, I imagine he'll make significant appearances in both routes, but I think we can all agree that, in Undertale, the Jenna route is the route that Flowey encourages us to take, since it's a mirror of the philosophy he has already adopted. So I guess what I'm asking here is, does Gaster want us to do this? Does he want to see if we can break the boundaries of the game and reveal just how dark the story can get, a la darker yet darker? Or does he oppose this and see it as us contaminating his perfect little experiment by introducing new variables and conditions he never could have prepared for? On one hand, this song is tense and has a sort of evil vibe to it, like a choir of cultists chanting and urging us to proceed with what could be considered something of a sacrifice. But on the other hand, this is also the song that plays when Noelle starts to snap out of it. Just before this moment, and she was quiet, entranced, and cooperative, to a point where she seemed almost eager to go along with what we were doing. Whereas when this song starts playing, she seems horrified, like she's starting to question this. And in that context, you could frame this as her waking up, and the song is something like a scared heartbeat, urging her to abandon this terrible path. Wait, now that I think about it, Wake is also the name of her action when you start the battle on this route, isn't it? And where did we hear that first song again? When Kris wakes up at the start of Chapter 1.
Well, Dark Worlds are a lot like dreams and are compared to dreams.
Dang, now
And if my if determination is to be in hopes and dreams are part of determination, and Dark Fountains are the dreams part of the determination, then yeah, Dark Worlds are dreams.
I gotta do a deep dive on that, don't I? But, what do you all think? Could this be evidence for the reset theory? Is this the theme of waking, or another motif for Gaster? And what even is Gaster, anyway? Let me know what you think down in the comments.
Alright, the Twisted Sword, that's just nothing important. Wait, let me full screen it. It changes because it's full screened. That explains why things don't line up. I'll find the other video. Wait, did I add it to the description? I gotta make sure I do that first. It looks like I did not. Please watch these videos. They are very good. I could probably continue, but I think maybe I should end things off now. I'll continue. Wait. Oh, I turned off that, not this. Okay. I'll continue streaming Deltarune theories later. I'll see if I can work on getting Streamlabs to work properly next time, but probably not. I'll just end things for now. Please watch these videos and watch other Deltarune theory videos. These theories are amazing. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.